Okay, we are live. I should do the little countdown. So let me do the countdown. Okay, so we are on, and as always, we start with a prayer to the ancestors to have a good conversation, to give us insight, enlightenment, understanding, to share information, and to receive it graciously. And with that, we shall begin. And no, it's the live. Why would you think that this is this is not live? No, we're perfectly live right now. Maybe you're confused. Earlier, I was just trying it out earlier to just make sure everything works, but we're live, so um, yeah. So if you're live, let me hear you say okay. So yeah, we're live. So Oni, see there you go. That shows you that yes, we are indeed alive, and I had the content. I had the content at the beginning. Yes, I did. I admit that I did. Um, that happens. That happens from time to time. Life is a multifaceted experience. So that's what that whole thing is about. Oh wow, we have a new person. Habari dream team. Okay, all right, good for you. Good for you having a team that is the dream. Habari dream team. So karibu, karibu is welcome. Welcome everybody. Okay, let me address a few questions that our curious Mr. Oni has today. How do I record in advance yet sound like you are live? I'm not recording in advance. I am live. I am live right now. I am talking to you as maybe it's my future me talking to you right now. You're in a time warp, and this is future me talking to you, present you. So I have already met your future you, and we already had this conversation. Only you are easily spooked. You are easily spooked. Don't be easily spooked. Yeah, yeah. Don't be easily spooked. Only you know, as we say, rise above it. Rise above it. Evil laugh. Oh my goodness! Wow, wow. I'm evil, but you're mean. So who's worse? Who is worse? And you come for war, but at least we have someone who comes in peace. Amani matron, Amani matron at the learning curve. Yeah, at least somebody who's on my side instead of just always being in opposition. Yes. So greetings. Matron is here with us. Thank you. Me, I'm worse. No, I'm not worse at all. I am nice. I am, amicable, and everybody agrees. Yeah, I don't have an evil laugh. I don't know who thinks of that except somebody who would have an evil laugh. So yes. Okay, so let us begin. Hopefully today things go as planned. Let us hope we don't get into certain hijinks and things like that. Things do happen from time to time, and sometimes we just have to admit that we're not in control. So to whoever is in charge of things, I perfectly admit it, and now we can move on. Okay, and already things are going wrong because let me not even start. But how do I minimize this thing? Okay, Oni, I think that you are full of some terrible juju. That's all I'm saying, because somehow whenever you're around, things just don't work right. Why do things always not work right? Okay, there we go. Yes, let us let us be. Here we go. So today we are going to talk about data. the the data the data, what is it called? The data state. And it is also a part of that social engineering. If you remember our previous discussion about social engineering. But before we talk about that, we will talk about, we'll have a bit of a reading from the Bible. So this is Numbers. It's not actually Numbers. I just named it Numbers, but it's actually 2 Samuel verse 24. So it talks about the census. 2 Samuel 24. So I will do the reading for today. I don't know if you want for me to make it a little bit more legible, or just to go ahead and read it, because if I make it legible, for some reason I can't fit it on the screen. But if I just read through it, then you can follow, because that's at 200% and you can read it, but it doesn't, fit the screen. So we'll just make the best of what we can. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, you're saying go ahead and read it. You don't read it. Okay. Wow. Good to know. Good to know. Things that don't work right for the bad guy. Okay. Okay. Well, I see you're always in the mood for throwing shots. So who's the bad guy now? Who's the bad guy? The person who's trying to do something right, or the person who's just throwing popcorn kernels at the, Okay, so again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, "Go number Israel and Judah." So the king said to Joab, the commander of the army who was with him, "Go through the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba and number the people, that I may know the number of the people." But Joab said to the king, "May the Lord your God add to the people 100 times as many as they are, while the eyes of my Lord the king," and so on and so forth. "But why does my lord the king delight in this thing?" But the king's word prevailed against Joab and the commanders of the army. So Joab and the commanders of the army went out from the presence of the king to number the people of Israel. They crossed the Jordan and began from so and so and went this and so on. So the Lord's judgment of David's sin. But David's heart struck him after he had numbered the people. And David said to the Lord, "I have sinned greatly in what I have done. But now, O Lord, please take away the iniquity of your servant, for I have done very foolishly." And when David arose in the morning, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and say to David, thus says the Lord, 3 times I offer you, choose one of them that I may do to you. So God came to David and told him and said, shall 3 years of famine come to you in your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you? Or shall there be 3 days of pestilence in your land? Now consider and decide what answer I shall return to him who sent me. Okay, so basically, David, it went into his heart to go and conduct a census. And interestingly enough, also in Jesus' times, there was a census. That's why Joseph had to leave his, his land to go and attend a census. Don't worry, this will all make sense in a bit. And consider and decide to him who sent me. Then David said to God, I am in great distress. Let us fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is great, but let me not fall into the hand of man. So the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from the morning until the appointed time, and there died of the people from Dan to Beersheba 70,000 men. And when the angel stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, and the Lord rent upon the people, yes, and so on. So so what happened was, David said, behold, I have sinned, I have done wickedly, but this sheep, what have they done? Please let your hand be against me and against my father's house. And so he was forgiven and so on. So habari gani? Habari gani, Brother Bakari? Good to have you. And I know that you're all going to just let me talk to myself about an hour before you all join in. So I was ready today. But we're talking about the census that David took against the wishes of, when he said that it was wickedness for him, and the Lord was, and David saying of censoring. So why would it be a sin to take a census? Why would it be a sin to number the people and to simply count the number of people? And it doesn't say in the chapter or in subsequent ones why it was considered such a violation of the order for the king. And at this time, David was the second king of Israel, for him to take the number of his people, just a census to figure out how many people there were. But in the mind of the biblical God, it was considered, a sin and a great judgment. So, and worthy of punishment. So, if you guys can get your mental gears rolling, why would it be considered a sin to take a census, to simply count the number of people that you have in your dominion? Especially for just take a gun and a guess. I don't have an answer to it. I'm simply interested. It was just a curiosity, because some of the sins in the Bible you can understand why, and it says why. When David did that whole Uriah Beersheba thing, we can understand that, because that was obviously against several commandments. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Dada Matron says, in the mind of the biblical God, it was a display of distrust. Okay, yeah. That's a very good conjecture, because maybe by taking count, he did not really trust that God would be able to save them in battle, or that they were too minuscule in comparison to the other forces. Yeah. So, but the interesting thing is that when it comes to Joshua and Caleb, they were actually sent to spy and actually count the number of men. So it is good, and also in the story of Joshua and Jericho, it is good to go and find out the secrets of the enemy, but it is not good to to find out your own secrets too much. Yeah, so it was a distrust in the image of God. Yes, so I'll take that. So so in that way, the census, the taking of the census, was one of the first ways that it was a sin to take the number of people and so on, and to quantify human beings. It was something that was considered a sort of a violation of the divine order, for you to actually count the number of your population and to put a number to them. But going from that to the present, where not only are our numbers taken, because that was only the time it was taken, just counting the heads. And sometimes it was only the heads of the men that were counted. It was not even the women and children. They would say, 70,000 men, and women and children. But in our, in our new system, it's not just your numbers that are being counted. Your age, your brackets, your information is not just being, in terms of numerical values, the number of your numbers, but also your thoughts, your activities, your habits, and so on. So what's interesting to me as well, and this is another chapter, we read from First Samuel verse 24, and now just a quick aside to Chronicles. Let's see if this will work. To Second Chronicles. Here we go. Oh, can you see? Okay, so here's the interesting thing. Before, when we read in the first one, was this one in First Samuel, Second Samuel 24, it says that again the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against him. So in the Second Samuel, it says the anger of the Lord. But look at First Chronicles 21, and it says that First Chronicles 21 verse 21. Wow, 21. That's a cool one. 1:21. Anyway, it says that David takes a census. Satan rose up against Israel and caused David to take a census of the people of Israel. So, it's just interesting that in one chapter in Chronicles, it says that it was the anger of the Lord. And then in Chronicles, it says that Satan rose up against Israel. And this is one of the few times also that you encounter Satan in the Bible. Satan has played, a very small, in the Old Testament anyway, he plays, a theoretical role in the Garden of Eden. It's been argued one way or another whether the serpent was Satan or, somebody else. But in any case, there was Satan to the Garden of Eden. And then here, when he rose up against David, and then, when he was an advocate against Job, and a gambler against God. Yeah. Anyway, so in this instance, Satan rose up against Israel, but in the other one, it was the anger of the Lord. So who knows? Anyway, who knows what's going on up there in the divine spheres? But so the sin was in taking the measure of men, but from that simple counting of men, we have in the modern times learned not just to quantify the number of men, but to quantify men within themselves. And by men, I simply mean it in the general sense, not in So here we come to the crux of the story: data mining, or the structures of data. We actually should start with just definitions of data structures. So data structures is just, a collection of, so you have a collection of data, of information, and you collect them and you make them into something that makes sense. And if it was in the past, people actually resisted this need to, to make things very accessible, not just in terms of privacy, but in terms of being able to, to move around and so on. And in the system that we live in, it's not just about, preserving your information. All our information is pretty much, out there. And there are actual companies that are in the service of putting information together and knowing, not just knowing what we are about, but knowing how to manipulate that data to, to sort of guide our behavior, to guide our minds, to make us into, what, oh, sorry, to make us into the sorts of human beings that, is considered a good, productive member of the state. So, data mining is most commonly defined as a process of using computers and automation to search large sets of data for patterns and trends, turning those findings into business insights and prediction. Data mining goes beyond the search process as it uses data to evaluate future probabilities and develop actionable analysis. The concept of data mining existed before computers did. It started in the Bayes theorem in 1763 and the discovery of regression analysis in 1805. Through the Turing Universal Machine in 1936, the discovery of neural networks, 43, the development of databases, 70s, and genetic algorithms, 75 and 89, the stage was set for our modern understanding of what data mining is today. And as the growth of computer processors, data storage, and technology exploded in the 90s and 2000s, data mining became not only more powerful, but also more prolific in all kinds of situations. In 2003, the book Moneyball was introduced data mining to a much broader audience through the story of a professional baseball team's analytics-driven approach to roster building. Now, with companies employing big data solutions in a growing variety of situations, data mining plays a critical role in countless industries. So, they talk about the difference between data mining and machine learning, and they are related to each other. But the difference is that with data mining is the process of finding patterns in data. So let's say you want to learn about an individual. You want to learn about what, their wants, desires, habits, beliefs, all of that. All you have to do is collect, the basic information. You collect maybe the tracking information, the location, movements, all of this stuff, and you can basically reconstruct a human being's mind from their habits within a week. Sometimes even less. You can learn a lot about somebody. So while information can be used by various people, some people want your information for your financial scams. Some people might want to use it for romantic scams, metaphysical scams, whatever it is. The whole idea is that data that was used to be considered an individual's purview, so to speak, is now considered a public good. So what was yours, what was considered, in fact, what the data miners really want to do is to mine the mind. The ultimate wish would be to get into the minds of people and just, hack into your mind and know what you want, when you want it, and how they can provide it to you at a profit, of course. So that's the whole concept of data mining. So everybody uses it for different things. And for those people who would want to use it, let's say for social engineering, that would be a very powerful tool to have. So in terms of data, there's this is a chart that has the different processes, the phases of data mining. So you have you ask yourself, what is our objective? What problems are we trying to solve? And what data do we need to solve it? So the first thing you have to do, let's say you want to create a society of people who, buy a certain product or act in a certain way. The first thing you do is understanding the data. Before you understand the data, the first thing is your objective. What do you wish to achieve with the data that you're gathering? You don't just gather data for the sake of gathering data. Data is not neutral, but even if it is, the way you sort, compile, and analyze it is usually for a certain, purpose. So, you can understand it through business. Businesses, obviously, they want the data for supply and demand purposes. They want to be able to advertise and to be able to know what people want and to be able to manipulate people's desires. So in terms of that, in business, it's important. And then once the overall objective is understood, the second part is you prepare it. And this is the most, okay, so the first part is you understand the data. The second part is you collect it. The data must be relevant to the subject matter, and it comes from a variety of sources. So you look at your markets and so on, and then you prepare the data. And it says the most time-consuming phase, the preparation phase, has 3 steps: extraction, transformation, and loading, also referred to as ETL. The data is extracted from various sources, deposited into a staging area, and then it's transformed it's cleaned. The null sets are populated, duplicated. So it's just cleaned up. You take all that information and you clean it up and you make it into something that is useful. And then it is then loaded into the database for use. And then there's a modeling stage where you consider different options, propositions, and so on. And then you try different scenarios. You do classifications, clustering, analysis, and then you evaluate the data. Once the models are built and tested, you evaluate the efficiency in answering the question identified during the understanding phase. This is the human-driven phase. As an individual running the project must determine whether the model output meets the objectives. If not, a different model can be created. And then if everything goes according to plan, then is the deployment aspect of it. So there's different analysis. You can analyze, the classification, the association, the anomaly or outlier. So in addition, and this is important, in addition, this is the anomaly or outlier detection. In addition to searching for patterns, data mining seeks to uncover unusual data within a set. Anomaly detection is the process of finding data that doesn't conform to the pattern. This process can help find instances of fraud and help retailers learn more about spikes or declines in the sale of certain products. So even in data, even the information that seems outside of relevance is also still important. The anomalies, those things that lie outside the outliers of the patterns. You look for patterns, but you also want to understand what goes outside of the patterns. And sometimes, some people look too much to the outside patterns instead of looking at the actual patterns of things. So yeah, so that's just one way that that data companies use information. It's used in business, but in a larger sense, it's used in the social aspect of it. Because if you can get people to buy a certain product, what you can do with it is you can actually use them to behave in a certain way. And this has been used both in politics, for example, in the past when, the great FB was accused of using, doing an experiment and like a social experiment on people. So data mining is known as knowledge discovery in data, the process of uncovering patterns and other valuable information from large data sets. The data warehousing technology and the growth of big data has rapidly accelerated over the last couple of decades, assisting companies by transforming their raw data into useful knowledge. However, despite the fact that technology continuously evolves to handle data at a large scale, leaders still face challenges with scalability and automation. The data mining process involves steps from data collection to visualization to extracting valuable information from large data sets. As mentioned above, data mining technologies are used to generate descriptions and predictions about a target data set. Data scientists describe data through their observations of patterns, associations, and correlations. They set objectives, you prepare it, you build models, you get And then you create a decision tree, which you create different scenarios, you test them out, you process operational optimization, you process different techniques to reduce costs and across functions. So basically what data, it's a way of being able to predict. If you have enough information about somebody, if you take all the things that you know about somebody, you can not only predict what they can do, but you can also manipulate what they do. It's like that movie, what is it? Minority Report, where they had a system of these three, I can't remember what they were called, but these three beings who knew everything before it was going to happen. And it was not just based on, the knowledge of the future, it was also based on the knowledge of the present. So by knowing the present, they could accurately predict the future to a very great extent. So this predictability and prediction is almost, it's almost like control of the future. If you can predict something, you almost have an advantage over it, and you can use your knowledge of the future to predict it. That's why when you see all these movies about time travel, it's a need to control time, whereas you can go back and change it, or you can go in the future and observe it and find out before your time comes what the future will be. So in terms of data mining, of the state of data, the ultimate goal of it is to categorize, to compile, to collect all the information that somebody can about an individual, whereas you don't have to ever, have to, predict, no, have unpredictable individuals where every individual, somebody can know where you're going to be, what you're going to do, what you're thinking, what you're doing, and ultimately, how to make you do what they want in society. So when you look at your data, it's not to tell you that we're all in it now. Nobody's going to be able to be out of it. But the whole idea is to control an individual through the use of information, to be able to take everything that you put your data, your information, your thoughts and feelings, and to be able to manipulate that into, almost an invisible manipulation. Because before, the difference between the cult and even the leaderless cult is because in a cult or a leaderless cult, you know why it is that you're being manipulated, whether it's through the worship of something or an idea or a belief or something. But the new system, the new algorithm, so to speak, does not have that clear idea in mind. You're almost being led to somewhere where you don't know. Whereas in the other situation, you're being led to somewhere where you don't know where you're going. So so if we have come to a bit of a break, if anybody wants to come in. Habari gani? We have a few people in the house. Let me take a few minutes to greet the latecomers. There were two people who are always getting in trouble, the latecomers and the noisemakers. I was usually in both categories, but yeah. So greetings, habari gani, Bobby, right? Mzuri sana. Nzola, the favorite comedian in the house. So greetings to both of you. Yes. So as I was saying, we were talking about data structures. We were talking about the manipulation of information, the value of information in the modern times. Whereas, in the old days, the valuable things was goods and services, but in the new age, the valuable thing is technology in the use of information, because goods and services was a way to control people economically. Of course, that is not that's not in dispute. That's always one way to control people, by controlling the goods that they have access and affordability to. But in terms of data and information, that is the new way of not only controlling somebody's image, somebody's reputation, somebody's wants, needs, desires, mental outlook, and basically, if you knew enough about somebody, or if the state knew enough about its citizens, you see the difference is, and here is why we started with the biblical reading. And where we were reading, we were talking about the people who were demanding a king. We were talking about in second. Oh, sorry, we were talking about David when he was asking for a census. But before that, that was only the second thing. That was the sin of the king. The sin of the king was taking a census of the people. But before that, the people had already committed the sin of asking for a king. So pre-numbers, there was a king. So before the census, before the counting of the people, there was that demand for a king. Before David became the king of Israel, the first king of Israel was Saul. And before Saul, Israel had been ruled by a priesthood, the priesthood of Aaron, continuing all the way to Samuel. So when we come to Samuel, Samuel was the last of the priest rulers, leaders, so to speak. So when it comes to First Samuel 8, now these are before the events of the of David and the census. So it came to pass when Samuel was old that he made his sons judges over Israel. So before the kings, there were the judges, and the name of his firstborn was Joel, and the second, and so on and so forth. And then but his sons did not walk in his ways. They turned aside after dishonest gain, took bribes, and perverted justice. Then all the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Samuel at Ramah and said to him, "Look, you are old and your sons do not walk in your ways. Now make us a king to judge us like all the other nations, like all the nations." But the thing displeased Samuel when they said, "Give us a king to judge us." So Samuel prayed to the Lord, and the Lord said to Samuel, "Hear the voice of the people in all that they say to you, for they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me, that I should not reign over them, according to all the works which they have done since the day I brought them out of Egypt, even to this day, with which they have forsaken me and served other gods, so they are doing to you also. Now therefore heed their voice. However, you shall solemnly forewarn them and show them the behavior of the king who will reign over them." Okay. So, so Israel went from a priesthood, the priesthood of Aaron, the Levites, and so on, that had gone all the way from Moses. When you talk about the Abrahamic religions, it had gone from the priests, Aaron and so on, of the tribe of Levi, all the way down to, was it Samuel? Was Samuel before that? Yeah, Samuel. So by the time it came to Samuel, his sons were not following in the tradition of the priesthood and were rather, perverted. They went out. They were really the spoiled sons of Samuel. They had been, used to the good life. Perhaps they were used to easy laziness and women wine and other, perversities. So the sons of Samuel were not following in his ways. And the elders of Israel said, "Look, we don't want your degenerate sons to be the next leaders just because the priesthood is divine. Give us a mortal king. Give us a king like all the other nations who have earthly kings." And this displeased the Lord, because he told Samuel, they're not rejecting you, they're actually rejecting the divine order. And they're looking towards, towards the mortals. And then he told them, "Look, if you put your trust in a man," and that's why, let me also highlight again the reason why I asked why, God did not like him taking the census. And Merton, got to the point of it that in the mind of the biblical God, it was a display of distrust. So in the same way that Israel was asking for a king, it was also, they were also showing distrust in the divine, leadership of God. So when he told them that if you leave, the divine leadership of God and put it in the hands of a king, of a fellow human being like you, this is what that person is bound to do. If you put too much power in the hands of one person, they are bound to, first, this is the behavior of the king who will reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them for his own chariots and to be his horsemen. and some will run before his chariots. He will appoint captains over his thousands and captains over his fifties. He will set some to plough his ground and reap his harvest, and some to make his weapons of war and equipment for his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers, cooks, and bakers, and he will take the best of your fields, your vineyards, and your olive groves, and give them to his servants. He will take a tenth of your grain and your vintage. A tenth, that's interesting because that's a tithe you're supposed to be paying to, as a tithe. But anyway, the king continuing, he will take a tenth of your grain and your vintage and give it to his officers and donkeys and put them to his work. He will take a tenth of your sheep, and you will be his servants. And you will cry in that day because your king whom you have chosen for yourselves, and the Lord will not hear you in that day. So he wants them that, if you put a man, if you put your trust in a man, he will take complete advantage of you, your children, he will take your property, he will treat you like a slave, basically, or a servant, let me say, a servant. Nevertheless, the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel, and they said, "No, but we will have a king over us, that we may be like all the other nations, and our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles." And Samuel heard all the words of the people, and he repeated them in the hearing of the Lord. So the Lord said to Samuel, "Heed their voice and make them a king." So yeah. The first thing that the people did was to ask to put their leadership in the hands of a fellow man, so that this man would go forth and fight the battles for them. And while that worked for the other people, it was also a cessation of individual responsibility. Now, yesterday, and before that, I know, in the Matrons channel, we're talking about in Ghana, the other book that Chancellor Williams wrote about the destruction and then the opposite. If you can please type it in, please do, Matron. But he was talking about the role of the king or the chief in the Ghanaian kingdom, and he was talking about the king was actually the servant of the people, and not just the elders, but also of the people. So he was not, in this instant, we see the king being, taking the people as his servants, basically treating the people like his servants. He will take their sons, he will take their daughters, he will make them into, basically, he will make them into his slaves, not slaves, he says servants, because, yes, there we go, the rebirth of African civilization. So, in the rebirth of African civilization, and I wish I could quote it out, but the king was the servant of the people and also of the elders. But you see, in this one, firstly, the elders reject the judgeship of Samuel. They tell him, "Look, you have been a judge. We don't want your sons to be judges, and we want a king who will judge us, who will have that power, that military power." And he tells them that if the king has that power, he will have power over you and your sons, and he will basically make servants of you. But they said, "No, that is a deal we're willing to accept. We're willing to give up, our sons and our daughters in order to be ruled by a king, so that we may have, that power." So, yes, forecast, you're late. You are late, but it's good. I expect Africans to be late, so I barely make it on time. But I have tried very hard to give myself, 15 minutes of. I have tried to trick myself, so I tell myself I'm going to be 15 minutes early, so that if I'm 15 minutes late, I'm still on time. Okay. So you understand, it's all good. Okay, so let me do the link. Yeah, so you can see the way that they continued, their various, okay, Method, I'm trying to get the link. I don't know why. Okay, I don't, okay, here. Why can I not get it? This is so strange. Okay. Okay, I'm really, yes, it is CP time. Okay, here we go. I don't know why I was not able to get it before, but here we go. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes, it is that CP time. We are used to it. We are used to it. So, oh wow, lovely. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, Dada Return.
Amani Dada, how are you, sis?
I'm sorry, Amani. Yes, good to
Yes.
have you. Yes.
Them people in their book, we tend to not want to relate to the book as African people and look at it for a full on display of their degenerate behavior for what it is. And in looking at like numbers and statistics and things like that, you know, I really have a sneaking suspicion that their God didn't want them to count themselves because then they would recognize the numerical minority that they were and they would go to war just like they've done.
Yeah. Yeah. It was that distrust. And this happened not just once or twice because the relationship of the people and their God was always very, very hostile, very rebellious and disruptive. The whole of the Old Testament is just a litany of Israelite rebellion against their God and God's punishment on his own people. From the very beginning, it's just punishment after punishment, rebellion and punishment, rebellion and punishment. He sends them snakes in the desert. He sends them, fire. He sends them floods. He sends them all these things. And yet they keep rebelling. Gets them into and out of slavery, but they keep rebelling.
They keep going back and they keep doing things that knock the balance of the world out of whack. It's like, they have a tenuous relationship with their God. And that's one of the reasons why I think they have such a hostile relationship with other people groups. And, they have this protectionist thing because they come from a scarcity mindset and there's a lot of things they don't understand. And that's just one level of the story because a lot of those names that you were calling out and different things that happen mean different things when you take it back through the ancient language. So we're still reading and interpreting an interpretation of a translation that got transliterated. So to make a story that we could all understand and read.
Yes, and before you continue, why is Bonahaguziki and Habari Amani Bonahaguziki? But why is Kat asking if they have stop signs in Kenya? Is just continuous driving.
Wait, say that again. I didn't hear you. You said, why does Bawana Haguziki do what?
He's asking if we have stop signs in Kenya or is it just continuous driving? And that's
He picking
absolutely.
on you and he need to stop, Maybe he need to stop because we could talk. We could talk if we want to. We can talk if we want to.
And look, we don't need stop signs in Kenya because we know when to stop. You stop just before you hit the car in front of you. That's when you stop. Yeah. So the one thing that there's not a lot of is lights, street lights. We don't have a lot of those. But somehow people just know how to to maneuver and move about. I don't know how it is, but they don't have street lights. And for me, I know I can't drive, but people know. I don't know how. It's like watching ants or those small insects, the way you don't understand what they're doing, but they never bump into each other. Very rarely, if you watch a bunch of ants just walking around doing stuff, they really bump into each other. Everybody just knows what to do. So it's the same thing with not having street lights. And we're spoiled over here because the beauty about lights is that you really don't have to pay attention to the other people. And it's a beautiful thing. You don't have to look around, you don't have to make eye contact, you don't have to figure out what somebody else is doing or when it's their time to go. All you have to do is just look at the light and know when to go. So
Yeah, but we probably have more accidents over here than you guys have over there because we trust the lights. The lights are gods for some of us and control mechanisms. You guys haven't figured out a way to make your middleman market so that you can have street lights and stop signs because that's a whole business model right there, infrastructure.
why why does everybody just take, they just like to take turns, just, roasting me, now Bona Hagusiki has joined Oni in being anti.
No, I don't think they're anti-Tanzan. I think they're just being men. That's why
I know,
God regretted creating them.
don't worry. Yeah, they should get on up here and talk all that nonsense they're talking in the safety of the comment section. Habari Dada Validated Goddess. Yeah, you should come on and help us dig. You can help us dig the
Right,
conversation.
we got shovels.
Yes. So he was saying that I don't use periods in my sentences. Okay, let me examine that. I think I do. Who's saying that I don't use? Oh, in my spoken sentences. Okay, okay. Hmm. Okay, I can accept that criticism. I do sometimes do go on and on and on because I have that particular nagging feeling that I'm not going to be able to say everything I want to say in the exact words I want to say it. Do you understand?
I understand. That's
Okay.
that good Kenyan education I keep trying to tell people. I mean, because you have like a lot more information and additional context to enrich any discussion about African things and African problems. But it's like, but did they tell y'all how to use it? And it's not a criticism of you or anyone else, but you should be on a circuit giving speeches to talk about things or having panel conversations that we record and archive so that it's like, okay, this is our African problem. Here's some additional context. Here's the other side of the experience. We may be able to pull somebody else in from the Caribbean to have conversations about their experience
Conservative.
and move the conversation forward. I'm always trying to get us to move the conversation forward so we can get some of this money they got out here for us.
Oh, I agree. I absolutely agree. Melanated goddess. She said she loves my comedy. Thank you, melanated goddess. I don't mean to be funny. I just kidding, kidding, kidding. But anyway, yeah, but it's okay, it's okay. I think I can give it as well as I can, take it. So it's okay. I appreciate it. Oni has tried his best to bring me down, to his detriment, to his detriment. See, now he's not even here.
Well, we play the dozens. That's the one international thing that we all do. So how we gonna say we're not related people? We all play the dozens and talk junk to each other. It's like, oh, yeah, your mama, just whatever.
Yeah, and we can't be too sensitive. People will come at you. You put yourself out there, they will come at you. Don't put yourself too much out there, but that's what is going to happen. So it's okay. It's okay to have a thick skin. Me, like I said, I am a pacifist. I don't fight. I told myself at 9 years old that this fighting is not for me. I do not like even a little bit of pain, even if I win. So I'll stay in the corner and just yet fight, 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 fight.
I choose word violence all day, every day, and I can back it up. I had to.
Ah, so today we're talking about data information and the power of information. I think we haven't really grappled with the enormity of what we're facing right now. Before, we're only looking at material goods, what people call the tangible. But I think when it comes to information, it's far more devious than just the goods and the services, because somebody can control you through what you wear and so on. But if somebody knows everything about you, even more than you know yourself, sometimes people have archives and archives of what people said 10, 20 years ago. They know everything, even the things that you have forgotten. Imagine somebody, because that was the whole idea of uploading consciousness into, and this has been a fantasy. I should do another episode, because we talked about the fears and the superstitions, but there's also the other aspect of the coin, which is the desires and the wants of the society. And one of their desires is that need for immortality. And immortality is that desire to conquer death, to refuse to die, because when you die, once religion is gone and you don't have that promise of eternal life, then now you want promise of eternal mortality. That's why you have all these vampire movies where people are living to be hundreds of years old, because they don't want to accept the reality of death. Even after we have prolonged life to its farthest, extremes. Nowadays, you can live up to, 70, 80, 90, 100 years, with machines. Maybe it's not the life that you want to live, but your life can be prolonged. So, but that's not enough for the constant accumulation. They want to actually take that consciousness, the information, experiences, and not to just have it end at death. And the sad thing is that when you get when you get rid of God, you become sort of the ruler of your realm, of your life. But at the same time, you are a mortal ruler, so you know that your kingdom is going to end. So it's that paradox that the West is grappling with.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't necessarily know that they even really believe that they are going to die a spiritual death or a consciousness death. They talk about the fact that energy is neither created nor destroyed, and they put a lot of time, energy, and effort into their prescribed forefounders and forefathers in an attempt to prolong their life, the ideology, the identity that they've created, just like Muslims, you know what I mean? One of the things that you'll read in some of their earlier writings and works is that people gave up the identity of like their quote unquote family groups as they were moving across the desert to amalgamate into some new group that had new myths with fictitious people and things like that. We seem to not catch on to the idea that we need to create new stories, or but because our story was so interrupted by the slave trade, we seem to not want to create new stories and make new kingdoms that tie back to old kingdoms and move our story forward. It's an interesting thing that we go through.
Yes, absolutely. And we're both lacking in our own information, our own, past, and the idea of collecting information on, other people. As much as, that whole thing about know your enemy, know yourself, it's a three-parter. It's, knowing yourself, it's knowing, the other, and then combining all that into your objective. So in the data mining, the article I read about data mining and the systems and processes, one of the things, the problems with information is that in this current, in the past, the problem with information was the scarcity of it. It was difficult to find information, especially, when it was all written in books. Only a few people had the leisure and the means to be able to read the books, and most people were illiterate. But now our problem is that there's, an abundance and overabundance of information, whereas it's difficult to really know what to take and what to leave, and what is true and not, and what is valid. So our problem now, and the problem for all algorithms, is that how do you make sense of that information? How do you put it into some use? And for us, that also applies with our, our past and our traditions. When you look at, our practices and then our beliefs and all these structures that we used to have, we have to look through it and collect, compile, and actually, discriminate and figure out what is relevant to us, what is useful, and what is just should be, given to the past and history. So, and the importance of information is that the people who control the past also control, the future. If we don't have access to our history, if we don't have access to our past and our present as well, because what the data that's being collected now is of our present, is of what we're talking about right now, what we're doing, how we're acting, how we're moving. And there's much more information to be collected about us than in the past. In the past, people could move with some sort of, guaranteed, security and secrecy, but we don't have access to that anymore. So, yeah, and with that, let us welcome in the focused, Barry Ndugu.
Habari, Dugu.
Alright, Dada, how y'all doing?
Good, good.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I really just came on here just to, listen to y'all, to support y'all, whatever. But just to put it out there though, I do want to say, I heard y'all talking about, like going back to things that we did, and I do want to say though, what I'm saying, I think that serves a role or whatever, but I do, I always got to put in there about creating something new, what I'm saying, like taking some of the old things, what I'm saying, that worked out, but looking at it and really seeing like, yo, welcome in the pale face wasn't so good. We're going to scratch that hugging and forgiving everybody part and letting everybody do this, or we can't be so trusting, I would say, in a better way, we would scratch that part out, more be willing to work with each other and put aside our tribal differences. We can add that, but then also it's like new things that we are encountering in this world that wasn't exactly the same. Although I do think race was a thing back in the day, racism in the way that it is, especially quote unquote the system of like the white supremacy stuff, what I'm saying? No other the society they created. I think that these are unique problems. Even what we're living in within that system, like with integration, is unique from 100 years ago. So now we would have to find a new technique. And then also like technology is changing. So working all of that stuff, like how we think about exchanging money, it could be not even it could be anything, what I'm saying? I can't even tell you because it could be anything, but I don't know what y'all think about that.
Well, I really believe that we have to update our methods and our strategies. There are what I think of as core principles, like you can't skip developmental steps, like you have to know information, then you have to apply information. Sorry about that. Then you have to be able to execute plans with the information that you've gathered and figure out a way to propagate and proliferate the information and things like that. But I think that we definitely have to use the tools and update the tools that we use to get through the processes.
Oh, and that's a good segue to go into the topic of nodes. So, and I will call on Brother Bakari on this. So we were talking about data structures earlier, the collection of information, the compiling, basically the making sense of information. And the problem with our time of the world right now is there is literally TMI. There's just too much information for people to be able to discern what is truth, what is not, what is useful, and what is not. And you can actually manipulate somebody to believe in a whole bunch of nonsense by tailoring the kind of information that they have access to. So you can make a person into the kind of mental creature that you want. And one of those ways is, and this can be used both, as it's just a neutral aspect of data structures, of being able to arrange information. And this is, this whole aspect of a node. And when we're talking about it, let's remember a node is not just about information, but information is also about communication. So information and communication, they go together. And when we talk about that, we also, in mind, we can keep something like a physical node of information or interrelated computers in a network, or any kind of information where every particular, point holds some information and is able to transmit that to another aspect. So in terms of that, I will refer to also as an example Brother Bakari's, yeah, and Kokou also mentioned the ham radio. That's a practical way of thinking about that. People having ham radios and they are active in a particular area, but even if you are far from the range, you still have somebody who's able to transmit messages through different, different areas. So nodes are basic data structure which contain data and one or more links to other. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Yeah, or just try to. Okay, I'll make it a little bit smaller and then I'll read off it and make it big again. So it's one or more links to other nodes. Nodes can be used to represent a tree structure or a linked list. In such structure, where nodes are used, it is possible to transverse from one node to another node. So if you can see this, if you're a 2 at the top there, you can either go to a 7 or a 5, but at a 5, that's a dead end node. So, that's an independent node. And from 7, you can go split into 2 and 6 and so on. So there are, it's firstly information and information with a link. So in historical analogy, you can think of that as the underground network, which was like a linear node from one point to another, where you can go from this point and go to another. So it was a continuous one. But there are also some nodes which end in branches and stems and so on. Nodes that have no links pointing to them except for the head node are considered to be orphaned. So that's sort of like an end node. And then there are null nodes and so on. So in terms of information, in terms of information and data, it's not that one person has to have all the information that is needed. It's just a way that you can link up with, the necessary people who have that information. So if one person has access, let's say, to, one piece of the puzzle, you can link up with somebody who has that information as well. So well, Bonhaguziki, yes, it could be an end user, but like we say, that's like the end node. Like you see at the top, I don't know if you can see it, the top node has one that branches off and continues to branch off. And then there could be one that also branches off and ends in itself. So the end node, there's some that are end nodes, which could be like an orphan node, and there's some that continue to have there's both child and parent nodes. So they are continuations. So this is what they call a B tree. It's a tree, a kind of node. There are some that are linear and some that are bifurcated in this node. So some of them are binary. Some of them are ends. It's like a tree system. So yes, like a network. Yeah. So some networks connect to others, and some are an end of themselves. So when we look at the data structures, the other way of manipulating data is also by manipulating the networks that people also work around. So you can both expose and limit the environment that people are exposed to. You can also take in and isolate somebody from their network. So that's how you see people, who are successful. Let's say people, Black people who are successful, but somehow they have lost touch with their community because they have cut off the links to the other networks. They have isolated them in a way. So, they only work for that, for the network that now they're in. So yeah, so I just end there. Do you have some thoughts or some words or anything out there?
Well, one of the things that we are suffering is a collapse of our networks. We don't relate to one another because every process that we go through of integration, whether it's education or employment, is something that further divides us from the people that we quote unquote came from. So because we don't take the time to strategize and build our own open societies for ourselves that are open to just us, to people that look like us. Every other community creates self-serving entities and organizations when they get jobs in different places. They know that their job and objective is to hire as many people from their community. When they get in government, they know that their job is to try to lobby and negotiate as many resources for their community as possible. And we seem to go into these institutions and businesses and corporations and entities with a childlike sense of fairness. And that childlike sense of fairness is not serving us, it's not serving our community, and it doesn't serve our people. The people that do get in position wind up being gatekeepers and being end nodes or final destination type points. And once they die, the information and their knowledge set dies with them. And we have to again figure out ways to revive the network or establish new networks so that that's not happening.
Yeah, I agree with Matron 100%. And that's the thing, the point of language is to be able to spread information, you know what I'm saying? And they have done a very, very good job of instilling the self-hate where, we aren't, in fact, we'll do things to tear down each other if we spread good information, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's how business is done, just spreading information from one person, to the next. But the self-hatred is like, because they used to have to tell us, you can't be 2, 3 people hanging out together. That's a gang, you know what I'm saying? And now today, we do that. And then we just break it down. I mean, I guess it's kind of good that if it's something bigger, but we can't really get out of the black part. If it's something bigger, you'll unite under that if you agree with like certain talking points. But I don't know how to expand that to other people. But you don't have to know all information. You have to know vital information, and you do have to work together as a team. And there has to be a common language amongst us so that we can spread the information, you know what I'm saying? And because information is one of the most valuable commodities in the world. So but I'll pass the mic.
Okay, we can pass it to Bwana Ntwadumela.
What's up, Tanzan? Imani iwe kwenu. Imani iwe kwenu, Tanzan.
Na wewe pia, imani kwako.
What's up,
What's up, Brother Bakari?
Matron, Forecast, the chat.
Amani
What's up? How
Mangu.
y'all doing? You know what? I
Amani.
heard Matron say something about a childlike mentality of fairness when we get in certain positions, right? I heard somebody else talking about this the other day. They had a good deep, but so this is something I'm gonna talk about too. But I'm gonna show you something, right? I don't even think we understand what fairness is. Because the most fair, because we say we fair, we believe in, we have all these morals and all that, right? The most fair, the fairest thing in the world is to put yourself first, you and your people first. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. The most moral thing in the world is to take care of you and your people first. And that's what should be done. The problem is, and I heard Forecast say something about they have taught us to hate ourselves, right? Facts. But in 2022, it ain't them teaching no more. It's fear now. It's fear. All you got to do is listen to some of these people channels on this social media and hear how they will call a black man the N-word or a black woman being an H. But then you say something about some Jews on their channel. Watch how quick they'll tell you to stop.
Because they going to get demonetized. Go on, preach, talk about it.
Yeah, because and that's what it is today. See, I'm gonna show you something. Right? I understand, like whatever white people taught black people stand the test of time, and I understand whatever black people try to teach black people, it have a timestamp on it, right? So it's our job to keep teaching our youth. We can't be fear. We can't be fearful. We can't be cowards. We have to stop being cowards, man. But we can't be fools at the same time, right? So the thing is, if people can disrespect us, my thing is we can come back and we can say the same. We can do we can do the same to them, right? We don't have to bow down to nobody. But we believe in order for us to make it, when we get this system or we get caught up in their system, because the people on the other channel, the one lady, and she was absolutely wrong with everything she was saying, but she had a lot of fire, but she was absolutely wrong. She was talking about infiltrate. We need to infiltrate the military. So how would you infiltrate the military? See, we have to get in these positions so we can change things. And the other lady was like, we have tried that and it don't work, right? So she used military, and I wish I could have gotten on the panel, but I ain't catch live. So how do you infiltrate the military? We got to raise our kids up, right? And what people don't understand, right? With me being in the military, the reason it would be hard to infiltrate stuff like that, because when you go in the military, a lot of our people have something they never had before in their life. They got free medical, they got free health, dental, and vision. They eating free 3 times a day. Most of the military bases, they are in little small towns, so you're approved for every damn thing. You understand what I'm saying? So our people is the first ones when you go in there with a militant mindset like I had. Our people, for the most part, when they fool around and get them stripes, make E5 in the army, some of them E4. They're the first ones who's gonna fight you. I'm gonna tell you, I was surprised I got out with an honorable discharge. When I think about it, I laugh. I called a strike in the army, in the military. I'm like, man, I don't like the way they treat black folks. Walk off this damn kitchen. Ain't nobody eating in this M&F if we got to cook. Look how they treat us. And these black sergeants. Then their excuse is, see, we trying to make it so y'all can be better than them. No, you ain't gonna work the hell out of me. Why them white folks and Mexicans sit down and watch me? But that's what we against, because these people, they never had nothing. So when they went in the military, they'll tell you the military changed my life. So that's when they told us to go to Kuwait, they gave me orders. I said, I ain't going to Kuwait. I ain't going to war for this country. I don't even know nobody in Kuwait. What am I gonna go over there and fight them people for? When y'all won't even stand over here for me and fight with me. I never went. I just never went and picked up my orders. I never did. Now, I'm not against anyone joining the military. I do think we need people not to infiltrate and try to take it over. You join so you can learn that skill so you can bring it back to your people. And that way, when people read that Second Amendment, it's not just the right to bear arms, it's the right to bear arms and have a well-organized militia. You understand what I'm saying? But infiltrating it, trying to change other people, ain't gonna work. We infiltrate it, take from it, not infiltrate it, but join it, and take what we can from it and bring it back to our people. And on that, I'll yield the mic.
All right, who wants to go after that one?
Yeah, that was a show right there. but he's right. And the thing that I continue to say is that the process of being in these organizations and institutions, the process of getting a degree, the process of being on a corporate plantation for too long will brainwash you. And then you go into church every Sunday, and then you got your Mason meeting and your sorority or fraternity meeting. And all these different things that they try to get you into are only distractions that prohibit you from actualizing yourself and recognizing I can create my own reality with these different tools and skills that I've learned along the way. And we take that away from ourselves and our children because we don't take the time to construct a world for them. And the more we do that, the more people are going to suffer. And those people aren't going to be white people or Hispanic people or Latina people or Jewish people. No, it's only going to be us that suffers. We feel like we need to go hold the line for all the public. Those people are doing what they are supposed to do for themselves. We need to do what we're supposed to do for ourselves.
Yeah, yo, that's a fact. And I agree with Bakari, and I agree with Matron. And it's like Bakari said, there was a time like when they came back from war and all of that stuff, black people, what I'm saying, they came back with guns, trained how to use those guns, but they fought back, what I'm saying. There's so many instances. I remember one with this dude beat up this white boy because he was trying to mess with his mom or something like that. But if you just look up the Houston riot of 1917, like that was the mindset of quote unquote the new Negro movement, where they came back, trained, had the guns, and was ready to fight. You know what I'm saying? But they knew what they was fighting for. But like one thing you did say though, Bakari, that's important though, is like when they look at that healthcare and all the other things that you name, is like, and this goes for like not you, all of us though. This is a question that we need to all ask ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you replace that with something equal or greater? And should they follow you if you can't?
That's why I always say we got to be able to give our people something. So can we replace that with something equal or greater? No, but we got to start figuring out ways that we can. But right now, hell no. Think about it, three free meals a day.
No, we can't replace the services and the support and the sense of community and brotherhood. Like a lot of the veterans that I know talk about the fact that they had never had so much trust, between another human being as what they experienced in the military. Like it becomes a brotherhood. And we can't replace that right now. And we're not even training or organizing for people to go into an institution where they can get that training. So that's why I advocate so hard for us having our own institutions where we got a doctor, a lawyer, a dentist, nurses, different types of social programs. It starts with us.
Hey, and by the way, I got to take the opportunity to shout out the sister Cassidra, who is trying to put together a room in the bush to, if you know Black professionals, it could be anything, dentist, architect, that's willing to train young people. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people out there doing stuff. My bad, Tanzan.
No, not your bad at all. It's actually you're good. I would also like to talk about this article. It's called the Philistine Factory, and it talks about the life of observation, meditation, cogitation, and speculation pursued as an end in itself is a proper form of life of man. From reason, moreover, proceeds the proper control of the lower elements of human nature, the appetites and the active motor impulses. It talks about the education, STEM in college education, in upper education, and it talks about how our attitude towards education has been. And just to quote, lower down on the paragraph, it says, on her campaign website, Clinton praised new technology that have created lucrative new industries and countless high-paying jobs, and she called for education grants to be funneled towards computer science instruction and lesson programs that improve student achievement or increase college enrollment and completion in computer science education. At no point does her plan mention the words art, literature, reading, critical thinking, or even knowledge. Her campaign did not frame education as a worthwhile endeavor for its own sake. This is in keeping with current bipartisan received wisdom, which treats both K-12 and higher education as nothing more than economic inputs for future products and services. Clinton's not so implicit message to American youth was that they must excel in math and science and learn to code, or they can forget about ever having a good job when they grow up. The current wisdom treats education as nothing more than economic input for future products and services. With such messages raining down from the mountaintop, it is little wonder that the percentage of college freshmen who are attending college in order to become very well off financially has steadily increased from 47% in 1975 to 82% in 2015. Then again, this is nothing new. As John Dewey points out, professional and industrial education is what the ancient Greeks administered to the servile classes, while the ruling classes immersed itself in the liberal arts. What do you say, to that? The STEMization of education and the reduced liberalization of it?
Well, from my perspective, you're always going to need a liberal arts education because you need people to look at the social, economic, and behavioral health aspects of a society. You know, you're going to need infrastructure and things like that. While we need STEM and STEAM and all that other stuff, without that human element or aspect, you're just setting up a slave colony.
Yo, that's true. You are
Hey, let me say
like,
this right quick, forecast, before you go. I'm sorry. I would say I ain't mean to cut you off, but I did. That's why I waited till you
yeah,
start
you
talking.
meant to. Go ahead, though.
I think
Saying, I'm gonna try to come back. I just got my text. We got a family meet. So I'm gonna try to get back on. All right. Thank you for letting me speak. Peace to the chat.
All right, peace, Bakari.
Peace, Bakari.
Amani, Brother Bakari. Hi, focus is on you.
Oh, okay, yeah. I agree with what Matron said. There does have to be a human element, and I always say a council kind of element too, because you are setting up. I think there are certain aspects of it, and there could be an advantage, like a plumber, right? Like and say other cultures, even our cultures at once upon a time, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody they would be the plumber, or they would be the carpenter, or whatever it may be. They build houses, you know what I'm saying? And when their kid was like 5, 6 years old, you know what I'm saying, they start learning how to be a carpenter. And by the time they were like teenagers, they was master carpenters, but it's different fields. You need different fields for different source. But is like is if you have a robotic element where it's all laws, then it's going to be a robot kind of thing, and it's going to eventually lead to chaos. But if it's all feelings, then you're just going to make crazy decisions. It's a balance of both. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think is a balance of leadership and actually a say in the people, if not necessarily making decisions, like as far as voting, maybe not for people, but specific issues or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And the current trend in education, when education was democratized, it became less about knowledge and more about economics, less about wanting to learn about the world or think about it in a critical fashion, and more about being able to earn a living. So it came down to the interests of the working class rather than what it was set up to be. And but then the current trend right now in education is to make it purely a transactional nature, in that you go to school, and that's why there's been this sort of joke about the liberal study person who only goes to college and then comes out with a useless degree and so on, because society has not put a use for that kind of information. There's no more need for introspection, for philosophizing, for thinking about things. It's purely practical, purely pragmatic. The in reducing man to simply data, they are stripping away some of the other aspects of the person. They're taking away that spiritual aspect, that social aspect, and replacing it with sort of like a copy of it. It's not quite there, but it's there. And they're replacing how people used to conduct themselves as human with a something that is acceptable, but it's not quite the original. So once they figure out what your superficial needs are, it's going to be very easy to fulfill those needs in terms of consumerism versus being socialist, or being able to socialize as a regular human. Now you can replace your human needs with sort of material ones. You don't need to be around people when you can consume and escape and entertain yourself through technological means. So technology replacing that humanistic aspect of people, education replacing the need for knowledge and wisdom with the need for simply making a living, which is not to be scoffed at. Everybody needs to make a living, but the point of education in the past was supposed to be something for your community, for your betterment. It had a higher ideal than simply making a living for yourself. So yeah.
Well, I want to add the fact that in a lot of these colleges and organizations and institutions, they keep the information about grants and how you can use those grants to solve social problems in a very small group of people. It used to be most of the money for those grants went to schools like Harvard, Yale, Stanford, different elite Ivy League colleges. And as time has gone on, they just never knew, like in the 60s and 70s, they didn't know or have the information about all of these resources that were available to think about and solve social problems. Then, once they got to the point where they knew that there were these resources to have and solve social problems, there were groups of people that went in and they felt like they should be the only benefactors of these resources to think about and solve social problems. And if you're in a predominantly white institution or in an institution that's for a private group of people, you're not thinking about problems for the larger society or the larger community. You're thinking about things that they tell you to think about. And I'm just glad that now we're at a point in time where we can organize ourselves and pay our own thinkers, but we're just choosing not to. And we have to get back to the point where we're paying our thinkers or we're allowing them to organize so that we can get some of these problems solved.
Yeah, and the crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, Tanzan.
No, go ahead, Duke Focused.
No. Yeah, I was just saying we in a society where we look at how they pay their teachers, and these are the ones that we sending our kids to, and these are the people who have your children's mind in their hands all day, every day, and we see what the kind of society looks like. You know what I'm saying, when you pay them that much, and I think, yeah, like Matron said, thinkers should definitely be taken care of, and even in our own community, not just thinkers, but like with somebody like John Henry Clark or something. Like when people get older or something, if they dedicate their life, it shouldn't be hard. And when somebody stands up, like Nick Cannon is a bad example, but he apologized because he knew black people weren't gonna have his back, and he ended up like the basketball player in the '90s. You know what I'm saying? Um, so yeah, like it's about us standing on it, more so than anything, and yeah, paying our educators and everybody for real. So I'll pass the mic.
And I'll go ahead and read from this, continue reading from this about, it talks about the view of education. What is the point of education? Because education should be the highest attainment of knowledge and information. So right now, we're not in an age of knowledge or wisdom. We're simply in an age of data. And the difference between data and knowledge and information is that data simply takes, rudimentary numbers. It simply takes, it's like you're looking at you as a human being in terms of zeros and ones. It's almost like the matrix where you're stripped of your humanity and you're replaced with numbers, your age, your value, your financial worth, your everything about you is categorized, compiled, and then analyzed. And then on top of that, it's predicted, and it is with a view for manipulation. So when we talked about data structures, it's not just about compiling information, it's compiling it with an end, with an aim and a vision. So let's say you're a business person, you want to compile the information of the people who say are in your demographic, if you're selling some sports related material, so you compile the number of people who are interested in sports and so on. And you not only sell to them, but you manipulate their taste into wanting to buy those things that you're selling. So, and that's just in a business fashion. But remember, politics is also the business of selling ideas and persuasion. So everything that applies to politics applies to education, to society, and to other ways as well. But business is the most obvious one. So it is, when I asked Kaza about the consensus view of education as a means to remunerative employment. So in the past, education was a means of earning a living, the apprenticeship and so on, but it was also a means, just to wisdom, and wisdom is not necessarily tied to materialism. But nowadays, with the, commodifying of everything, even education, knowledge has been, valued, and value not, are held in esteem, but valued as in given a number, just like in the census. In the census, you're giving numbers to human beings. So our research shows that the more people are exposed to models of materialism, the more likely they are to take on materialistic values themselves. What's more, he pointed out that just hearing an administrator or politician frame education in this manner is likely to activate materialistic values in individuals, thereby strengthening them. According to Kaza, do this and you can make money framework inculcates an extrinsic motivation for education. In social psychology, there is a key distinction between extrinsic and intrinsic motivation. The latter describes action taken for its own sake because doing so is meaningful or self-fulfilling. The former describes when someone is prompted to action by an external reward or punishment, not unlike Pavlov's dogs. So you all remember the experiment of Pavlov's dogs, where he would ring a bell and give them food, ring a bell, give them food, and then eventually they associated with the ringing of a bell with the food. So in the same instance, you associate education with, materialistic gain, and so the people who are attracted to education are those people who want materialistic gains, where before it was people who simply wanted knowledge and education, or perhaps, a certain specialization in, a particular subject. So education has been commodified and, assigned a certain value, and that's the reason why the whole census was taken, because when you're the difference between a king and a priest is that the authority of the priest comes from, from above, from not from himself, but from the divine. But the authority of the king comes from himself. But the king, being a mortal being, cannot really trust his own power to control his people. So he has to sort of, keep tabs on them. He has to know what they're thinking. He has to predict their, their activities, their thinking, and not just predict it, but eventually he wants to manipulate them. So the difference between a king and a priest, a priesthood, is that the priest looks towards, established divine principles, and the king wants to control through, force and through mortal means. Yes. Okay, so that was a long aside, but you're welcome to share your thoughts, your reactions. Yes.
When you reminded us of the Pavlov's dog experiment, where the ritual was the bell ringing and the dog expected food, we are doing rituals and different things like that, but people aren't getting the rewards that they expect to get because they are really trying, after despiritualizing us, they're trying to take what little bit of mind we have left. And like Brexit and the QAnon people and all of these conspiracy theories that keep coming up, these people are trying to operate in an environment that they complete and totally control. It used to be rumors about they control the weather. That's why they sending them satellites up there. They putting stuff in the water, and that's why, our birth rates are down. They put in airplanes, and they got the chemtrails going across our communities. And so there are just all these different things, and they're just experimenting. And the jab was the biggest social experiment ever, because if you looked at the information, the death rate wasn't even that high from the disease in and of itself. But people were going around doing rituals talking about, I can't breathe, after George Floyd in the middle of that. And then the death rate spiked. So it's just a whole big social experiment trying to see how much power the human mind really has. And it's an attempt to see how much control they really have. Because again, we live in a country and in a world of laws, and laws are written by men.
Yep, yep. And I think that, there is a level of nothing is ever going to be predictable, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't even know if gravity going to stop one day, you know what I'm saying? Like nothing is 100%. And the difference between like our minds and the way that we think, just from what I've seen, you know what I'm saying? Europeans seem to have this absolutist mindset, like, yeah, I know, like, their theories is like fact or something, you know what I'm saying? But there's no way that they can know that, And then when I was having this show, like, this white boy had came on my show one time, and he brought up this same experiment, but he said monkeys instead of dogs, you know what I'm saying? And I bet y'all can tell me how most people reacted to that, you know what I'm saying? Because it can be predictable, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's a level of things that you can trust in it, but you can't put 100% in there. But I do know that, you know what I'm saying, if I would say this, you know what I'm saying? The most I could ever say is like, yo, I would put my money, you know what I'm saying? If George Floyd happened tomorrow, the most we would see is somebody, like everybody standing around cameras talking about, come on, man, you can't breathe, instead of like, making sure nobody die. And I'm just saying, but it's not 100% because it could be another Michael Johnson pop up. But all right, let me stop. I'm sorry, Montez.
No. You're more than welcome to, speak your mind for as long as you wish. Today it's not, one of those controversial ones. Today is just sharing information. It's about data. It's how data is being used against us. It's how information is being manipulated, not just, for our behavior, but also for our thinking. And this is in terms of all areas, from the business aspect of it, through advertising and consumerism, but also socially through, behavior, thinking, mentality. So we have to realize, the kinds of influences that we are under. Sometimes we think that we are acting under, our own motivations, our own free will, our own independent thinking. But a lot of these times, even us, nobody is outside of that thinking. It's only by realizing what kinds of influences that you're under that you're sort of able to, not entirely, but in a way, guard your mind in, to some extent. That's all you can do. For example, you're not going to be able to fall into the obvious traps, but know that they're there. Just know that they're there. None of us are outside of that, that paradigm. So, and this permeates not even to the so-called, the innocent areas, the places where you think that these are hallowed, areas. This, in education, you think that this will be an unbiased, um, rational thinking area, but no. Even in the terms of education is also a means of manipulation. That's why in one of our old programs we talk about whether you should manipulate your children through education, but everything about this is manipulation. It's only recognizing it and taking control of it. If you want to manipulate your children, at least do it towards a stated objective, rather than letting, because they're going to be manipulated one way or another, whether you like it or not. So if you're in control of that, you put yourself at an advantage. So even when it comes to motivation, the whole idea of the modern system is to be able to manipulate the human mass in terms of its behavior, its consumerism, its materialism. So, in the book, The High Price of Materialism, he discusses that even when people are rewarded for engaging in activities that they enjoy doing anyway, their motivation is to continue in those activity actually decreases. So students who study a subject because it will be profitable will generally suffer from decreased depth of processing, persistence, and performance, as opposed to students who are working with genuine interest on a self-selected topic. But obsessing over STEM education and career preparation will not just pressure students into unfulfilling academic achievements, it will also make them into less capable citizens who are less able to adjust to changes in the world of work. And in fact, in The Rise of the Robots, software engineer, software developer, and author Martin Ford demonstrates that the widely held belief that a degree in engineering or computer science guarantees a job is largely a myth. In reality, computer programming and other information technology professions have since the 1990s been heavily automated or offshored, which is usually the precursor to automation. So for every 2 students that are US college graduate with STEM degrees, only 1 is hired into a STEM job. And with the emergence of demiurgic technologies from machine learning to algorithms that rewrite themselves, countless other professions and their attendant skill sets will soon become obsolete. Cloud-based software will eventually be poised to invade virtually every workplace and swallow up nearly any white-collar job that involves sitting in front of a computer manipulating information. Any job in which people serve as an interface between, say, documents in different languages, ingredients and a finished dish, or symptoms and a corresponding disease is now at risk. So basically, what they're saying is this, that unfortunately, with materialism, with information as a value-added product, the thing that gets in the way of the full profitability and efficiency of such systems is human people themselves. When technology becomes self-replicating, it will want to eliminate the pesky human beings that are still, they go between the technology and the increase of technology. Technology is seeking to increase itself, so similar to capitalism and profit. So technology does not find a way and say, okay, now I'm content, I have gathered enough information. It's like that whole thing about the what is it, the god. I can't remember. It was this science fiction thing where it just collects information and then takes, surrender to the god, something, it will take you. Resistance is futile and something like that.
Oh,
But
the Borg. The
the
Borg.
bomb. Thank you, Petra. The bug. Yes. So when it comes to the ultimate monster of consumption, it is the bug. The thing that just ultimately consumes and consumes, and what it wants is the ultimate consumption of all information. And not to get all technical and stuff, but what's his name, Maxwell, he talked about the entropy and information, how information is almost quantum in its value, that you can have a box that has infinite information. But anyway, I won't get into that. But information is more than just these bits and pieces of information. It actually has value in the existential meaning of the word, but also in the materialistic aspect of it, that you can actually make money from information, but also you can manipulate people's mentalities, people's behaviors, people's actions, and just get to a level where you can actually know somebody much more than they care to be known. So in terms of that, imagine the possibility of power that you can get from that kind of information. There was this clip with Batman where I can't remember who was telling him, oh, let's go and do something. And Batman was saying, Batman's from whichever one was saying, no, I do not want to get close to you, because if my enemies knew, knew that you're special to me, they would use you to get to me. So basically, if somebody knows some information about you, they can use that to not just manipulate you, but to get you to, to do something that you'd otherwise not do. So that would be a weakness to you, to both you and him. So yeah, so people who have that information, and nowadays in the future, now we're simply getting into the beginning of it, but imagine in the future where not only will they know your information from birth, and this is not like a far-flung science fiction thing. The children who are born today, they will have at least 1,000 times of the information collected on them as we did when we were born. So from the day they were born, and they're already on on the internet. So everything that, and there are people who actually put their children on the internet. So once somebody is done tracking from your birth to your current your current existence, they will have power over you, and that's the power of information. So They talk about companies like Facebook, Apple, and Google only employ a fraction. And these are the data companies. These are the powerful data companies, because both Facebook, Apple at least sells products. Apple is still involved in the sale of products. They create devices and so on, but they are also involved in information gathering and processing, although theirs is more of an in-house thing. So we don't know what they're doing with it, but believe me, they're collecting it. But the other two, oh wow, FAG. You know what that spells, right? Hey, I didn't make it up. It was just there. So anyway, the FAG companies, they're in the business of collecting information, collecting as much information. With Facebook, it's voluntary information, voluntary and involuntary. Facebook is just basically you giving your privacy away. Here, this is what I ate for lunch. Here, this is how I'm feeling. What is on your mind? Give us what is on your mind. And then, they'll recreate it for you. They'll give you what is supposed to be on your mind. Give us what's on your mind and we'll reshape your mind for you. Apple, who knows what they're doing. Google, they'll not only, know what you're thinking, but they'll tell you, where to find it. So these three companies, FAG, plus others, they're not the only ones, but they're in the business of data processing, manipulation, analysis, and basically human programming, not that just the behavior. Facebook did an experiment a few years ago where they wanted to create a mood for people to create emotions. So if they wanted people to feel sad or angry and all that, they would put certain news feeds into certain stories into their news feeds to manipulate how people felt and so on. So if they can, that was their first experiment on emotions. So their second, I'm sure, is on behavior, and they've done well. There are companies like Cambridge Analytica. They did that too. With the last, not this one, but the last election in Kenya for sure. I don't know if they did this one, but Cambridge Analytica. They have also used Facebook to manipulate people's thoughts, emotions, and the information that they are privy to. So yeah, we're entering the new age information, and this is something that we have to to bear in mind, not just in terms of combating it, but also in terms of taking advantage of it. We should not just be victims to the information revolution, but we have to be also see how we can take advantage of it in terms of networking, in terms of creating nodes, in terms of creating these information hubs, and compiling and creating our own information storage places. So yeah, okay, I've gone on long enough. Matron and focused. It's all up to you.
Now you okay, Tanzan? This is your show. I think that we underestimate the use of the information that we give away and put out there. You know, how does the saying go? If you're not paying for it, you're the product. um, then we have to look at how this information and data can be used to harm us, because it's consistently being used to harm us, to brainwash us, to make us vote against our own best interests, to put us in a position where we remain powerless. And we're so confused by the amount of data or media that we're consuming that we can't even get to the point where we're organizing ourselves to do what we need to do. So, they want to make a world of slaves. And I think that there are a lot of poetic and allegorical stories that describe this, that the ruling elite, wealthy people are trying to do. And somebody fell asleep at the wheel, and we just have to wake up and, take the wheel back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Go ahead, Ndogo.
Yeah, and let me say this, and this is why I kind of stress on it, because we got to understand the importance of innovation, because without innovation, we're still trying to catch up to the old world order, and we're talking about the new world order. You ain't even got to the old one yet. You know what I'm saying? And it takes, because we have the thinkers, we have the people. It's just that they don't think in a black only mindset. They think from accepted the ways of the Englishman kind of mindset. You know what I'm saying? And And when people say, I get why people say we try to be like white people and we may try to fit in, but I don't necessarily agree with that, because they understand they do whatever it takes to maintain control, and they will respond with urgency if a little thing even remotely comes close to making them think it's going to do something to hurt them. You know what I'm saying? And we will let tragedy after whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, they use Facebook, all of these things to gather up information to use against you, you know what I'm saying, to help indoctrinate you, and you're stuck on their platforms, like when the platform went down, when the platform went down for a little while, that it was so many people that was out of it. I didn't even know. And if we're not focusing on technology and building, you know what I'm saying? Because one of the most important parts of technology is creating weapons to defend yourself. If we were trying to be like other people, you know what I'm saying, you would think that we was like, yo, it's important that we create a nuke. You think that we'll be worried about, you know what I'm saying, who we should vote for, you know what I'm saying, between Trump and Biden if we had a nuke, you know what I'm saying? And I know, that may be, a little bit out there, but I'm saying, like, yo, that kind of technology, that's the only way you can be able to defend your nation. And, and using everything to where you're creating information hubs like Facebook, where people put their whole lives on there and it's straight documented. And then people can look up and pull up whatever they want, you know what I'm saying? Because it's all documented. But, that's just how, it's just crazy. So, but you also need to create these kind of things, you know what I'm saying, for yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have decided to turn over that responsibility to someone else in creating something for ourselves. We think that we can trust the school to educate our children. We can trust a job to provide a pension. We can trust anybody else outside of ourselves. And it's like we've lost that sense of self determination and that ability to guide and direct our own paths. And it's almost as if we just continue to submit and give it away freely, like that's going to make it any better for anyone else. And unfortunately, we continue on this path and we don't see the harm that we're actually doing to ourselves and to each other.
Yeah, and it's because, I know, the saying, you can't see the forest through the trees or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And we are so stuck on the day-to-day living that you can't possibly think outside of the box. And then like, and most people teach their kids still to this day, keep your eyes down and get across the street. Maybe not that extreme, but that's pretty much what you're doing, you know what I'm saying? And I only say extreme stuff because that's really what it is when you break it down, you know what I'm saying? And we ain't going to try to sugarcoat nothing, because as long as we continue to sugarcoat everything, you know what I'm saying, is that's the reason why we're going to have communication problems, because we are sending our kids. And I was talking about, science, and then this young brother who created something, I forget the story, but he was like, his niece and nephew was like, they weren't good at science. They was like only 7, 8 years old in elementary school, talking about, they're not good at science. I don't like it. And he's like, yo, how could you even know that? You haven't even started to try science, And that's why it's important to keep these level of things, you know what I'm saying, to where, like, not in a, like, and to create things that that you need, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you in a country and you have some kind of like good or something, then you have to have the technology to be able to, turn it into a usable product, you know what I'm saying? Especially because, no, like, let's be real, like, if you look at like, I always, when I was young and I traveled to like beautiful places, I went to the Bahamas, Nassau, I was like, yo, this place is so beautiful, but why is like every place that's so beautiful and look nice and is full of black people, but it's so poor, you know what I'm saying? And I understand that now, but yo, creating a technology to take those resources and turn them into something better, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely understand what you mean, but it's almost like they continue to try to direct us away from developing ourselves, and they try to put out and extinguish bright lights or really smart children just by the educational process, because my niece was like 7 when she came and said she didn't like math and math was too hard. And she had never even really tried math. It was just something new. And when I really looked into it and started going to her school and doing different things, which her mother hated, um, it was because the teacher was with her own bias. She was teaching the math in a way that made it difficult. She was unnecessarily picking on my niece by giving her the hardest problem in the series of problems when she picked on her. So from her, through her white eyes, she didn't see that she was expressing her own bias against Black people in this moment. And I can't imagine how many times in a day that happens to a Black child that's going to a school because someone is looking at them, whether they have Black skin or white skin, with white eyes.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's who we're sending our kids to with instilled. They create the curriculums and all of this stuff, and then we have to go out and re-educate ourselves because they teach you how to be workers. You know what I'm saying? And we get caught up on a lot of like we don't dig into like the data of creating a business, you know what I'm saying, taking the time. I'm not saying, because there's a lot of business owners, I'm just saying, like, as far as something big that we need to own, we're not in control of our own industries right now. And that's the whole important part of it, you know what I'm saying. It's just like you was just saying, Matron, is it's the mindset of the people that's teaching your children. And you know what I'm saying, like, of course they're not going to like science, of course they're not going to get into STEM, you know what I'm saying, but then that leads to broken water systems, you know what I'm saying, it leads to, you know what I'm saying, unable to protect yourself or create crops. And this goes for every place around here, because like we have the ability. And like, let's be real, we come from a history, like I know in a lot of parts they taught people not to know things about plants, you know what I'm saying, they made sure of that. And a lot of people, especially when they left the farms and stuff, they they don't remember any of it. But yeah.
One of the things that happens is they make it illegal for us to learn certain things. They made it illegal in the past for us to learn certain things. And then they gave us little things to say, like, oh, if you want to have something from a Black person, put it in the book. That's true on the front end, but on the back end, they didn't even give us access to those books because each library in each community has different types of books and different types of information. And the libraries that are a part of an international or a larger library network were libraries that we were prohibited in going into until about the late 50s. So it's not just one thing, it's all of those different things put together that prohibit us from moving forward. We we have, but for the most part, we have to get to the point where we understand we have a duty and a responsibility to each other, because even people that put together great businesses and have great ideas and can do it right and can make some money for their family in a generation or two, what are their succession plans? What are their longevity plans? Is this something that's going to be passed down from generation to generation? Is this something that's scalable, that can go statewide, nationwide, international? Are they making those connections? Do we have those nodes in other places that we can bounce off of? What satellite locations are we tapping into so that we can spread this really good method for making money and sharing resources? Unfortunately, we're not tapping into that. And I don't know what can change our consciousness about that. And Bwana Haguziki says that I should have busted the teacher's head to the red meat or the white meat. For me, it was more impactful to inhibit her ability to continue to make money as a teacher. So what I did is I took my niece out of that school and I filed several complaints and I got her fired and I got a mark on her permanent file. So when she goes to apply for a job as a teacher somewhere else, they have to get that report or that information. So, or at least that's what they told me happened. So, you gotta use the tools that you have and protect your children at all costs.
Absolutely. I wouldn't recommend what Boda Huguziki says, but verbally, you should have done that. Symbolically, no, not like literally. So in terms of information control, because there is the information technology that we encourage our young people to go into, that includes coding, information systems, software development, things like that. But we should also take that model and use it as a as a collective groups. When we talked about preserving seeds. I think you all know about that Norwegian seed farm, that seed farm in Norway, where they have gone and collected all kinds of seeds from all around the world. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I had heard about that, and there was in regards to the seeds, there have been some tribes that felt like they had been exploited because they were taking the seeds and trying to grow and develop them outside of their native habitat. That was the stories. Those were what the stories said that I read. So yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised. Um, but in terms of that, we shouldn't simply just look and say, oh, they're doing this. We should be doing the same thing. If they're collecting information, if they're doing that, we should be doing that, not just to copy them, but for us, for our own use. So in terms of this new field of information, we shouldn't just be passive observers of of what is going on. We should also have our own ways of weaponizing our information, the information that we know, collectivizing it, and using them as nodes. Where we have people who are in various fields. We have people in education, in engineering, in even the practical construction, in plumbing, like imagine if we have I had an organization of black plumbers, let's say. They should be having there at ready to go into Flint, Michigan, into Lowndes. I hope I'm saying it right, and Google Focus, into Lowndes, in all these areas where they could be of use. They could be like this force of good and donate their time. One thing we don't give enough credit to these other people, and I'll share it in the Shoot the Breeze if I can. It's a long video though, but it's about how those J people keep their communities going, and one of those things is by having a network of people, of having that. If you're going to look for an accountant, you look for accountant who's one of your people. If you're going to look for a dentist, and so on, and also they give back to their community, and the community gives back to them. So it's like a transactional experience. But for us, it's usually just a one way. You give, but you don't demand anything in return. So in terms of knowledge and information, we are now in a new era of not warfare, but we're in a new era where the old methods that used to work before don't are not necessarily as effective. So in this time where the most powerful thing is information, is knowing how to be able to acquire the right information, truth, and be ahead of the game. And when you look at the data, what the people who are in control are doing is the data mining, and what that it's like mining with the earth. We're used to them taking out the resources from the earth, mining for gold, mining for diamonds and all this stuff, which that's the physical mining. But now the resource is now the human. And this is the new difference between the old and the modern system, is that before we used to deal in goods and services and tangible things, but now they're trying to get into the human consciousness. They're trying to actually find out the person, not just by their what they buy, but by what they think. and that's part of, that pattern recognition. When they learn how your movements, your actions, um, work towards your behavior, visualization algorithms. That's why these things are so important. And the algorithm is part of that artificial intelligence, where it's pure logic without any emotionalism, where there's no more mercy, where it's purely, information without humanity. High performance computing, information retrieval. So it's like the new era that we're going into. It's worse, the one that is worse than before, because before you could appeal to emotions, but at this point we are entering into the very cold and cruel world. That's why I always recommend that whole, there's an analysis of Snowpiercer, where it's like the end of humanity, where humanity reaches its logical conclusion. And Children of Men, that's also an excellent movie for that. Whereas, we have completely gotten rid of the biological imperative, and we're simply just on the last stance of mankind. But I'll stop there. Does anyone have something to say that's less bleak than my outlook of, dystopian future?
Um,
No. No, I'm
Wow.
kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go ahead, forecast.
no, no, my bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, that's why we can't, that's why we have to take our own destiny into our hands. And the things that they wrote in the organizations that they found and the nations that they run, they have made themselves a god, and they are the masters of their own destiny. And at some point, we're going to have to stand up and become the masters of our own destiny. We can do that cooperatively, or we can do that uncooperatively. And there's a cooperative process. We have to use that process, and we have to train people to think about it that way. One of the worst things they could say to a person is don't go home again. The first thing you should do with all your time, talent, and abilities is go back home, because that's where you can make the most difference. But as you said earlier, we get focused on materialism and consumerism, and it's what I call high money consciousness and rugged individuality. And we don't go home again, and we don't make changes in the lives of our people. We have to do that because we are the ones that are putting people in hell. We are the ones that are not making a difference in the material world of our people. We are the ones that are leaving Black people behind. We're doing that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And what we have to remember is that we have to be as sophisticated as our times. We can't be using, old weapons in new wars. And the new war right now is not the old, physical shackles. It's the war for the mind, the war for immortality, the war against time. I would say against time, because it's more, not just a war for the past, the redefinition of the past, but also one for the future. So, when you redefine the past and you make it into, what you want, you're going to control what people think of you. So imagine in the future, if Black people in America are taught, for example, that what they're trying to say, oh, it was a voluntary, migration, or the Africans just sold you guys, and they were just evil people, which let's not get into it. But that was not the full story. But imagine if the European version of events becomes the truth for, for the future. We would have failed our descendants, because while we try to honor the lives of our ancestors who gave life to us, if we don't continue that knowledge, that awareness, then we have failed the next generation. And they should not think that, those sacrifices were in vain. At the very least, it should at least motivate them to think differently, to think of something that is outside of the system, and to think of something that is more than what they see right now. So, yeah.
Yep, yep. And this is what kind of pisses me off. You know what I'm saying? Like how important data is, you know what I'm saying, and our access to it or lack thereof. But you know how much stuff you can just learn just going through comments on stuff. And not to say you should get caught up, but people tell truth and other kind of things. And even the internet itself, you know what I'm saying? This is a place where people can link up, you know what I'm saying? Like I get to meet all of y'all, and then we could take this out of here and do something in the world that actually affects the world instead of, just talking about it, you know what I'm saying? And that's the thing that data can't do. Like you can use data, you know what I'm saying, but the actual application is on you at a certain point. And looking at certain data without the right mindset, what good is it? You know what I'm saying? Why would I want a brother to figure out the whatever the why would I want Terrence Howard to figure out that equation that he was saying and then give it to a European? You know what I'm saying? He might as well not be, you know what I'm saying, go back to not being able to read as far as I'm concerned. Because when we hand the data that we have and don't share it with each other, you know what I'm saying, and the data that we have on other people, you know what I'm saying, like AK, like we know, all of Biden's history or whatever could be used against them or whatever it may be, secrets on your job or stuff like that could be used against them. We can use all of that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying, as data. But we don't use if we ever use data, is to empower everybody but yourself, you know what I'm saying? And that's, but yeah, I'll pass the mic.
So in that, in that regard, when you say that when you get information and then it only helps the system, would you say that, Black American inventions, help perpetuate the system that, we're currently living under?
Well, since Forecast seems to have his tongue tied.
Ask that question again, I'm sorry.
No, I say in the sense you say that our, the inventions that we create help the system. Would you say that the inventions that Black Americans created here in America, help to perpetuate the system here, the current system?
Oh yeah, like that brother, I think the brother, he sold all of his stuff. Like that's what I'm saying. Like even with just land, not even inventions, but we sell our stuff, we give it away. Like the dude has so many inventions and he gave it away. They try to call him the Black Einstein, you know what I'm saying? But he resented that. But
I'm sorry, who are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Oh, man, what's the brother name? I forget his name right now. I'm sorry. He made a lot of stuff. Granville Woods, I think his name is.
Okay.
He was because most inventions, like their inventors actually took it from Black people, you know what I'm saying, and some of it was strong arm. That's what I'm saying. They committed crimes. It wasn't just, you know what I'm saying, we just gave it to them. There was a lot of crimes committed, but there was also a lot of selling. And imagine if that patent was in his family, you know what I'm saying, like what to do with the whiskey or whatever, they kind of took it from and then they give them something symbolic or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you got to keep your stuff in your own lane. And they would say it helped America, but how does that help us? Because it was built off our destruction. You can't take the root out of something and it be different.
Yeah, we support the system. We support the system because we are scared of ourselves and we're scared to go back. We are scared of facing anybody, unfortunately. And we support the system because we say things to ourselves like, yeah, this is the worst democracy ever, except every other democracy in existence. Or, it's good to have these rules and laws that we don't control and that they enforce and enact against us, because at least it's on the books and it's the law, and we'll, like have a record of the wrongs they've committed against us. We uphold and enforce the system because we don't analyze the jobs that we do. Like if you work for for a government agency, you're not looking at how the agency runs. You're looking at what your job is and what they're paying you to do. And it's like, no, this fits into a larger program. This fits into a larger system, like you were talking about puzzle pieces earlier. And we have to be able to put the puzzle pieces together and stop getting lost in the story.
You know, when it comes to the interesting thing about the modern times is that at the same time we're supposed to be individually free, we have less individual responsibility. So everyone wants to do what the hell they want to do, but at the same time, we blame everything on, the outside system. So in terms of behavior and action, we want to be free, but in terms of guilt and so on, we want to blame somebody else. So, in the past, people would be individually responsible. When you look at religions do not take into account the social aspect of the individual. For all religions, it's an personal thing between you and your God or whoever, but it doesn't take into account the effect of society, the effect of your parentage, your individualism. Basically, it makes you into an individual, but it also removes your individuality. That's why when you see in the Bible, it's universal, but it's also specific. So you can have a personal relationship with God, but you're also part of a group. But when it comes to the modern system, you're supposed to be able to, to sort of lose yourself in the group. You're supposed to be, an individual, be by yourself, but also lose yourself in the group so you can take responsibility, for being who you are, for the great things that you do. But when it comes to your failures, you can blame it all on, your environment, your upbringing, your personal life, or whatever it is. And that's also the manipulation of information for one's personal use. For me, I'll always go back to the personal, but because the individual is like a holographic image of the community. For us, we project the needs of the community or the ideas of the community onto ourselves. So sometimes when we look at the way people seek personal attention, it's part of that celebrity culture. Like, why would somebody just post pictures of what they ate? Like, who cares? Who is interested in that sort of thing? Who wants to know what you are up to, 12 hours ago or right this minute? But it's also part of that celebrity culture where people want to know everything that, a celebrity does. They want to know all the minute details, which means nothing, absolutely nothing to them in their lives. But this is how information is also used as a distraction, where how do you pronounce distraction? I do not know how to pronounce DE and DI, because you know what the good thing about Kiswahili is that the vowels are always pronounced the same. So when I say distraction, DE, it's different from distraction, DI, but English DE and DI are pronounced the same. But in any case, the power of information is also that power of distraction, that power of, just filling our minds with useless information about, what the Kardashians are up to and all that nonsense. Because, it's like in the old slave times, the way they used to curtail the rebellions was just to keep people busy, to keep people working, overworking and at all times of the day. So that will prevent you from thinking, being able to just work, being forced to work at all times, for, I don't know, 16, 20 hours a day will prevent you from, thinking about this, changing something about it. So it's the same thing as now, except now we're all not under physical, enslavement, but under mental one, where we work, our minds are constantly occupied. And then when we do have some free time, it's occupied with more, entertainment and distraction. So, it's something that we also have to unplug ourselves from the matrix, so to speak, because we're all under it. We're all, subject to that kind of control and manipulation. So, yeah. Oh, Bobby, you right? Who's Granville T. Woods? I can look it up, but if you let me know, that would be great.
He
If
was an
somebody
inventor.
knows it, that will let me know.
He was an inventor.
Oh, an inventor of?
Yeah, I think he sold his stuff to the the telephone company. I think that's the brother who did it. I get it kind of mixed up right now because I'm not thinking clearly enough. But I think he was the one that sold his patent to the telephone company. You know what I'm saying? Um, I think
Yeah, he was called the Black Thomas Edison. He ain't like that. Thomas Edison tried to take his patents, and yeah, he did wind up selling some of that technology to him. But he held on to at least 27 of his patents throughout his lifetime.
that's what's up. Yeah, he did. But he had like hundreds though.
Mm.
But and that's and it's not just with the inventions too, because like they use us for medical achievements, and look at the medical treatment that we get. You know what I'm saying? Like I always gotta say, the doctors are to black women what the police is to black men, and look at all the medical advancements. As a black man with the open heart surgery, and then we are getting diabetes, needing all this surgery, then all these complications and stuff like that. Like it was black hospitals and all of that, and we gave it up. I ain't gonna say we gave it up because that's disrespectful. In hindsight, is 2020. It was I get the whole circumstance, and I don't want to go through all that, but I'm just saying, he, what I'm saying, did some great things, and yeah, he sold a lot of important things, and I'm not trying to put it on him. He just had a lot of inventions because this is another brother that sold a lot of stuff too, who I forget. But yeah.
Well, in terms of nodes, this was a time when, and with genius as well as madness, you cannot contain it, fortunately or unfortunately. But this was a time when, unfortunately, African American inventions would go into powering the systems. So they would have no choice but give up their inventions, their achievements, to sacrifice, to add to as a cog in this machinery. But and this is the same thing that is happening in Africa when we talk about the brain drain, where young, innovative Africans, they are leaving their countries because of exasperation, because of different political systems or economic systems, and coming over to bring their talents, their innovations, their skills and ideas to the system, to the same system that is causing the misery that they are fleeing from. So it's just that we are constantly feeding the system with information to to lead to our own destruction. Unfortunately, it's not to say that we are not geniuses, that we're not great people. All I'm saying is that unfortunately, for the most part, in the past and now, our information, our genius, our knowledge is being used against us. We're not using it to go back and uplift our own people, but rather to enrich the system that is oppressing us. So I don't know how we can turn this around, because information up to now has been weaponized against us. Like they say, he's the black Edison, but why isn't Edison the white, Granville T. Woods? It's
That's what he
because,
said too, Tanzan.
sorry?
I said that's what he said. He said, "Why you calling me the Black Edison? He the white me or trying to be, but he can't never be like me." You know how
Yeah,
black people talk. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. No, 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 no. Yeah, I get him. Yeah, just like I don't know who, I'll have to look it up, but somebody said that, can't remember which African leader he was called, the Black Napoleon. And I think it was, Dr. John Henry Clark who said, why is he called the Black Napoleon, and why isn't Napoleon called the, white, let's say Amenhotep, or, um, Mansa Musa or so on. That's a bit controversial, but why do we have to be the black something? Why do we have to be, the black, James Bond or whatever? Why can't we be the template and not the copy? So that's why information is such an important thing, that it's either you use it for your own, or it's going to be absorbed into the bog. It's going to be taken into by other people. If you don't use it with a particular objective, then it's just going to add to their information. And this is one thing that they have learned how to do very, very well, that they have learned to go into particular groups and peoples and take whatever it is that they needed and destroyed everything that they didn't. So if they needed your innovation, your ideas, your skills, your resources, your people, whatever it is, they'll go in and take it and destroy the rest. And I think that in terms of that, we have not been able to look at information as a tool, but rather than just as as an objective fact, instead of using it as a weapon. So, yeah.
And they set up programs to consistently data mine us, because right now they are offering grants to colleges and institutions that will bring over Black brilliant people, African brilliant people, so that they can harness their engineering and technological information and advancement. But for white countries, they're recruiting journalists. And I find that so interesting, just in the construction of their programming. They are telling us and relegating us to what we can do in their system, but we don't build our own system to serve the needs of our own people. We don't even have good social clubs to interact with these people in a way that is helpful and beneficial to all of us.
Yeah, and think about it. And you're dealing with, and well, most of our societies deal with people who weaponize and use everything as a tool, including yourself. You know what I'm saying? And they weaponize the information. You know what I'm saying? And we don't weaponize or do any of that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? We just want to help heal the world and cure everybody, and not even cure ourselves of the state that we're in. You know what I'm saying? And just that's why. But it's important to have like Black inventors and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And but it's like I forgot what I was gonna say. I wanted to compare it to something. I forgot. I don't know. I'll pass the mic though.
Well, I say that not just data is simply a tool, and when we talked about in Starts with Trust, I also wanted to touch on the whole idea of STEM, which people really should need to get on, on the front end of science, technology, engineering, and medicine, not just because it's a protection, first of all, but it's also a defense. Because if you don't know what somebody's putting in your body, if you don't know what the latest technologies are, you're going to be subject to trust whoever tells you the most outlandish thing. And this is why up to now Africans are still falling prey to this, the latest Western idea, because we always think that they are ahead of the information curve, that they know more than we do, that somehow they're privy to some information that we're still at the back of. So we still trust them in that respect. And that's why, when Matrons said about the census, David taking the census, is because he did not trust in God. Before the priesthood, the priest did not need to take a census of the people. He did not need to count, to quantify, to value them. He only took the word of God as the final say. But when the king comes into play, the king becomes a mortal. He has practical, pragmatic needs. He does not need to rely on God or all this divine status. He becomes practical. And God does not like the practical. He likes for you to have faith, to believe in him, to know that if he tells you one thing, then that's how it is, and you don't need to verify or question him. So when David did that, it was like a challenge to divine authority, trying to assert his his humanhood versus, the divinity. The same thing with the Israelites asking for a king instead of relying on the priest. But their reason for asking for a king was because of the fallibility of humans. Even if you put a priest in charge, he might be, the best priest, but his children are not necessarily going to follow in that tradition. So you need to put so it's this trust in a leader versus, putting yourself, giving yourself over to a leader. You can trust that the leader is going to lead you in the right direction, but that does not mean that you give up your thinking. And that's why, with the African leadership, it was not so much that the king or the chief, the leader, was the dictator of your morality. He was just as much a servant to the community as you and I and the rest of the people. He was also subject to some rules. And yet when you see in the European standards, or in the kingship of David, they were one that the king would be like a dictator, a tyrannical dictator, not a benevolent one like we did right now, Matron, but one who would pretty much put his will above that of the people, one who would take from the people instead of serving the people. Instead of giving, he would be one to simply take and wield his authority over, his own people. And that's why when we look at this with the Bible, we have to look at these people, what was their relationship with themselves, with each other, with their leaders, and with their God. And throughout the Testament, you see that it's been a very contentious relationship where they constantly rebel, and the God is constantly smiting and at odds with them. And we have to see, is that really who we are? Is that our relationship with our deities, with our leaders, with ourselves? Is that how we see ourselves, as people who are constantly at war? Or are we striving for some sort of, not peace, but coexistence? Yeah. Okay. I went off on that one, but yeah. So did I just render you all speechless? Or
No, no. I go. Well, yeah, because because you mentioned, I get, because y'all way more versed in the Bible thing than me. You know what I'm saying? Not no disrespect to say it like that. You know what I'm saying? But like,
no offense taken at all.
but yeah, like, because when you said taking something, you know what I'm saying? Because right now you got a king who don't even look like you or have your best interests at heart, and he could take whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what the family of Henrietta Lacks is doing? They just trying to sue the same people, you know what I'm saying, for some kind of stake or just for recognition. Well, they trying to get some kind of stake, but do you think they're controlling somebody's DNA? You know what I'm saying? They took it like they took everything else, you know what I'm saying? And if you're gonna if the priesthood ain't telling you if somebody try to take your stuff, defend it and make sure that your babies is okay, you know what I'm saying? If the king ain't telling you that, then you know what I'm saying, y'all might gonna have another king soon, and you might gonna be speaking, Mandarin next, you know what I'm saying, instead of English. So, I'll pass the mic.
But what about the case for ignorance? Because look at all these things that
Ignorance is no excuse of the law.
No. Listen. Let me state my case very quietly, and then I'll let both of you react to it, and then I'll step off for about 5 or 10 minutes. But when Black Americans talk about all the achievements that they have done, we discovered this, we created this, FBA this, but all that creations was in the service of of these white people. All these patents that the great, and this is not to take away from his achievement, but Mr. Granville T. Woods, it was simply in the service of furthering the aims of these American people. It was not to help either Black Americans who are here, the Africans who are in enslavement, or the ones who are, let's not even talk about them, the ones who are back on the continent. So it was not to help themselves. What happened was that they simply helped the the people in power, which was the dominant class, as they call them. So, Mr. Louis Latimer was the inventor who worked with Edison. It's not that he helped Black Americans; he actually helped Mr. White Edison to expand his empire. And in that doing, they were actually unknowing collaborators to to the white patriarchy. What do you say to that?
I like a matron go first.
Coward.
I'll go first. I'll go first if you want, but I want matron to go first. So, well, I'll go first if you want. It's up to you, though.
You know, one of the things that we really have to put into context is that at the time all this innovation and creation was happening, we didn't have our full civil rights. We were not full citizens of this country. We didn't have the benefit of being able to do the things that a lot of white people in this country had the benefit of doing. There were different rights and responsibilities that we didn't even know we were supposed to be doing because we weren't reading those books. I mean, I think that he went to school until he was 10, and then he went to work, and then he went and got a technical education, and then he kept trying to find a job. And some people suppose that he only went independent because he couldn't find a job. So even with all of his work knowledge, brilliance, and understanding, he became an accidental entrepreneur. And what we don't really want to face and deal with is the fact that we're not in a reality of our own making, and we're just trying to figure it out one day, one step, one moment at a time. Yes, these things were done in the service of white people and a larger dominant power structure that nobody is explaining to us because we weren't there, and the story and information about how we wound up in our position isn't getting passed down. Some people know that we lost a war. Some people think that their life started on a slave plantation. And, and we have to get to the point that we are doing mass education to change the consciousness of our people. But yes, it's in the service of white supremacy.
All right. Well, I'll say this. Like I would say, not all. Number one, like I don't think that all inventors or like even a lot there were a lot of people because like just being a Black person in America, like we wouldn't have certain things, so people would create things that was specific for us. You know what I'm saying? And so like those are inventors that don't get recognition for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that the dude who started the open heart surgery, because he created hospitals, you know what I'm saying, for in the Black community for Black people, you know what I'm saying. He had a school to train colored nurses, you know what I'm saying. Now they didn't have any kind of recognition, or he didn't probably know that integration was going to happen, you know what I'm saying. But I don't think he created open heart surgery to like, he could have been for the best interest, but other people learned how to do it once he did it, I guess. But I know that it was specific things created, you know what I'm saying, for Black circumstances specifically, you know what I'm saying. So and then the thing is, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be Daryl people, and it's going to be coons, you know what I'm saying, and us as a people tend to act selfishly for some reason, you know what I'm saying, and that's globally, you know what I'm saying. But I'll stick to America. It's like what Matron was saying, like a lot of times they strong arm the stuff, you know what I'm saying. You think Henrietta Lacks family wanted to give her DNA away, you know what I'm saying, they took it, you know what I'm saying, and a part of that is not taking it back or whatever, but there are a lot of people who I feel like they'll get accepted. Some people is like, you know what I'm saying, well, all people, you know what I'm saying, I'm just here for the betterment of all people, you know what I'm saying. Even the 85 percenters, you know what I'm saying, they like, I'm here to enlighten the world, and a lot of people are like that, you know what I'm saying, in America. And even now though, you know what I'm saying, us, if we are like, because I can't act like I don't have a job, and going to work is still doing stuff to help their structure, because they have a power structure that has you literally in it. You could go create your own business and get out of it, but you still in probably in a place by somebody else's laws, bowing down to somebody else's rules. And until you do that, you know what I'm saying, everything you do, that's how, you know what I'm saying, it works. Until you work for yourself, you're working for them, and they found out how to do it and make us happy with doing it, you know. I pass the mic.
Well said, well said, well said. And just to read for, from, the same passage, the advantage of data structures. Data structures, number 5, is manipulation of vast amount of data is simple when a proper data structure technique is used. The use of a good data structure may assist a programmer to save a lot of time or process time while performing tasks such as data storage, retrieval, or processing. Most well-organized structures have well-built or pre-planned approaches for operations such as storage, addition, retrieval, modification, and deletion. The programmer may methodically rely on these facts while utilizing them. So, we need to catch up with one of the critiques, and I think is a valid one, about, us as Africans, is that we have not kept up with the times. We have not kept up with, technology as a whole, with history. We're still trying to catch up. And we have not really weaponized information and technology as much as other people have. Other people are able to come and not just acquire information from us, but also, infiltrate us and inject their information into our own system. And this is something that we have not done. And we should start being more spooks at the door. Yes, and then shout out to Kokou at Bitter Medicine Focused. You should all go and listen to the analysis of the spook who sat by the door, because for the most part, we're only playing one role, which is one of reaction, not even defense, because defense is an immediate reaction, but we are playing the reaction, whereas we only have an emotional reaction and not an active action to what has happened to us. And when it comes to information, we are still far behind. One thing that we don't fully acknowledge is that we have been spooked at the door. Focus, you like to talk about that. We have been spooked. We have been the victims of the spooks, who are not just at the door, but are in the house. They are in our houses. They're here. They're listening. They're always there. We're trying to be at their door as spooks. They're already in our houses. So we're trying to play catch up with them, but they're already here. So when it comes to the information balance, we are severely at a disadvantage, because they come, they study us, they can speak our languages, they can know our traditions, and worse than that, we just let them in. We let them in without any hesitation, any reluctance. Just come on in and learn everything from us. And yet, on the other hand, we see how they act with that, and not just them, everybody. When you look at the Chinese coming into Africa, they can come in and do whatever that they want. All these, many instances of injustices and so on. But how when we go to their countries, how are we treated? What is that imbalance? And then, the imbalance of both the information, because they know more about us than we know about them, and the imbalance of their behavior. Because when we go into the countries, we go as ignoramuses, where they come as, we already know enough to do what we need to do. So the danger of being at a disproportionate information is just the same as with military disadvantages. At least we should be on the same par. Information is something that we can get, for free. And yet we a lot of us choose to only distract ourselves with useless and petty information. But so when it comes to being spooked in terms of information, we shouldn't be afraid to go into the areas and grab that information for ourselves and come back to our people and say, look, this is what is going on in the world, and this is how we need to do it. Even if we send our the children to the STEM circles and so on, we shouldn't go in there telling them, look, oh, these people are so great and all that, they're wonderful. You should go in there, get what you can, and come back and use that for your own people, because unfortunately we lose some of our great our minds, some of our innovative minds, because we categorize them as being anomalous, being rebellious, as being outside of the circle, because we define the circle too closely. If we look at those people who have innovation, who have a creative mind, and who think beyond the usual norm, we should embrace that and tell them, look, you are still welcome into a group as long as you use that information. Because a lot of the times you find the people who have that kind of ability to be to integrate into the larger circle, they're usually rejected by their core group, and they're told, you're no longer one of us because you fit too easily into the outside circle. Instead of saying, look, you can fit into the outside circle, come back and let us know how to navigate that that world. Yeah.
But we also we don't in America have communities that are organized for them to come back into. You know what I mean? Our communities have been consistently battling something. The war on poverty was a war against us. The war on drugs was a war against us. The war on crime was a war against us. And every time this country has waged war, the casualties has been in something leaving the Black American, African American, African community, whether it's people, resources, different skills that we needed. And the one thing that we've continued to lose is time. And so as we look forward, we have to prepare places for those people to come back into, for them to be invited and welcomed into a community that's healthy.
Yeah, but like, yo, let me say this. I want us to understand the situation that we really are in. Like, me, Matron, Tanzan, some of the realest, you know what I'm saying, in this that I've ever met, you know what I'm saying. Even right now, we are helping a white girl who is the president of YouTube be a millionaire, you know what I'm saying? And okay, you know what I'm saying, you is a platform, you have is a tool, it's a weapon, you know what I'm saying? It could be used for you, it could be used against you, you know what I'm saying? Now us, you know what I'm saying, in this thing, we are using it to better our lives, better our positions, and to try to affect change in the in the real world, you know what I'm saying? But so many of us are drawn to the, you know what I'm saying, like this videos, you know what I'm saying, the N-word ain't this kind of videos, you know what I'm saying. But no matter which we choose, we are helping a white girl be a millionaire right now, you know what I'm saying. And until that pisses us off to the point of like, yo, like, I'm petty because I would like to see it, you know what I'm saying, like, but it's more important because it's about the love. The love is more important because, yo, helping my brother Ben Uko, who I want to have another show with, come up, you know what I'm saying. Oh, I can't even see who came on. But yeah, I'll finish with this. Yo, my brother, I want to do a tech show with Ben, another one, you know what I'm saying. But helping him create his platform, helping, you know what I'm saying, Kokou, or linking them up so they can do what they gotta do, or all of that kind of stuff. And that's just what it takes, you know what I'm saying, to not help a white girl make money off of us right now, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I'll pass the mic.
All right, let's pass it to MG2. Karibu, karibu. Asante for joining us.
What up, MG2?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, peace, you guys. Hopefully, all is well.
Yes,
I'm
it
loving
is.
the conversation.
Say that again.
I said I'm loving the conversation.
Oh, wonderful. We're happy to have you.
Yeah.
Yes.
This, you covered some broad spectrums. I don't want to rehash old territory, but as I've been saying for a long time, and this is something that you had brought up previously in terms of data, data is the most expensive commodity in the world. And data is not just something of ones and zeros. It's also our culture, whatever our culture may be. Data is also the way we raise our families, the way that we relate to one another, the way that we relate to ourselves. The way, data isn't just something, because a commoditized form of data is basically how others go ahead and, as Brother Forecast just brought up, this YouTube billionaire, because others have used their data to go ahead and display their message on platforms, whether it's TikTok, YouTube, Clubhouse, or whatever else. That's not just ones and zeros. You're also talking into what folks' what their objectives are, what their plans are, how they relate to one another. That in and of itself is something that's also commoditized. Okay, and when I say that commoditized, a lot of times the way that we relate, and I'm glad you guys brought this up. You had brought up some of what's happening to the black folks in the United States, and I'd say it's a global situation. What happened to us in terms of the fact that we have a myopic view of how others operate. Everyone else on this planet, for their own survival, will operate in a multilateral or multi-tier system. It's not just focused on a myopic version of, okay, well, this might be just, they're only after us because of race, or they're only after us because of trying to get information, or only our so-called inventions, or whatever it is. Everyone works in a full spectrum way of their own survival, every so-called species. And every animal and everything else would do that. One thing that happened is, of course, Africans have been exploited, marginalized, basically almost damn near, damaged, completely. And I'm talking the global African because of we have an omniscient way of thinking, but when we relate to others, it's very myopic. We have, Africans, the most omniscient, and when we're in our right mind, objective people in the world. We see the whole picture. We want to see it all. But when we relate, especially to non-Africans, we're very myopic. And we think it's, whatever they show us, that's the only thing that they are. Everyone else works on so many different levels for their own interest, and most of those interests are against Africans. No, not just most, all of those interests that other races do are against us. And one of the things that I noticed when you brought up data, again, data is not just something out of a computer. It's everything, all the selfies. Even those selfies might just be a picture. They create industries by using maybe the ones and zeros that picture was, but using industries for facial recognition, ethnic recognition, trying to see what backgrounds, where you could have green screens. I mean, there's so many different, there's military applications for it. There's so many applications. And that's just a picture. Can you imagine what happens with relationships? That's how you're seeing a lot of these things happen in war right now, especially these covert wars that are happening around the world, because what they're doing is they're saying, wait, the data that we're getting is not something off of a computer or a cell phone. The data we're getting and we're retrieving is how individuals relate to each other. How do Muslims relate to each other? So therefore we can infiltrate and do whatever else. So we're using that data, even though it has nothing to do with a microchip. We're using that data in order to go ahead and use it for military purposes. So therefore, we could catch the next Osama bin Laden or whoever. So the thing is, and you had brought up the thing about invention, and Africans always. I mean, we invented how to use fire. So anything that we do in service or not in service of us, it's almost like breathing. We do things because it's just natural. Okay, it's not something that we're doing to exploit someone else or to conquer someone else. We're doing because, hey, there's a need. Nature said, hey, there's a need for this. So therefore, our ingenuity as African people will fulfill that need, no matter what it is, whether it's a fork and a spoon, a pillow, a toilet, a birthing stone, whatever it is. We will go ahead and create, fill that vacuum of a need. One of the things is it doesn't matter what era it is, whether it happened with Granville T. Woods, whether it happened with George Washington Carver, where that would happen in the mid 70s with Mark Dean, and I think it was much earlier, decades earlier with George Crump, whether it was Lewis Lattimore. It doesn't matter what era it is. Because of our myopic look at someone else and other races and how we relate to other races, not knowing that everything that we do or invent or create or think of, they're going to use it in a very objective, full spectrum way against us. Because of that, it's clearly, case in point, it's not just those eras. Even the era nowadays that most folks try to call hip hop was something that we thought, hey, this is an art form. This is how we relate to each other. Unfortunately, others are looking at that full spectrum. And now all of a sudden we create, whether it's Granville T. Woods or Sugar Hill Gang or somebody else, we create something and others will use it as a full spectrum way of destroying, marginalizing, conquering, and controlling us. When I say hip hop, there were back in the day when DJs and stuff during the days of breakdancing, and they were going around, with playing little, clips of records, just scratching and playing little clips of records. They created a technology out of it called a sampler. So therefore, you had these music samplers come out because it was a way of saying, hey, these guys are innovative, something that we haven't done. And I'm saying from a European standpoint, Europeans were not. They saw, hey, wait a minute, these guys are innovating something, so we need to make a market with it. It wasn't just music, and it was also the technology, also ways of law enforcement, also ways of going ahead and marketing and monetizing. Again, what we thought as a myopic way of looking at it, oh, it's just hip hop, it's just this. Others use a very rounded, full spectrum way of using it, marginalizing us, and then they enrich themselves. Remember, Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson were doing all kinds of dances on their videos. But when a Korean comes out and calls it Gangnam Style, and it ain't nothing more than just the Asian version of what Michael Jackson and others were doing, decades before, he makes $1 billion. This is something that, and I can't blame him because he's Korean. He's doing what he's doing. I mean, again, they exploit the things we do. Unfortunately, because of our consumption patterns, because we consume everything everyone else does, and we take ourselves for granted, unfortunately, because of that, this cycle or this hamster wheel will definitely put us in quite the quandary, especially as the world becomes more smaller and more informed. So anyways, I'll go ahead and pass the mic on that. But I do appreciate, I just wanted to, I got to tell you, I just love the conversation.
And thank you so much, MG2. We always appreciate you. And if you have a story, we always like your stories. So, but the importance of data cannot really be, understated because, even in that whole Sunyat, what is the Sunyat saying about, know your enemy, know yourself, knowledge is power, and ignorance is not bliss. I don't know who talked about ignorance being bliss, but there is bliss in ignorance, but there's no advantage in it or at all. If you don't know something, you're constantly at a disadvantage, and that is how, in a way, we were taken over because there were some things that we didn't know, and then somebody showed us something that we're ignorant of. Instead of showing them what we knew, we were completely overtaken by their knowledge. So it's time for us to not just regain control of the information of our past and of our present, but also of our knowledge. We have to firstly know ourselves enough. That's part of that. Know thyself. You have to know yourself, and to be able to stand on your own ground, to be able to stand and be able to defend yourself, but also enough to know about your opponent. If you're going into a match or a competition, it's not just enough to know about yourself, but it's enough to know about what your enemy's tricks, strategies, and all that are. And in this information age, if you really have no control over your knowledge, you have very little control over yourself. And propaganda, that we talked about a lot, even Matron talks about propaganda, and propaganda is just, mind control. It's a large scale mind control instead of the small scale where you constant, the gaslighting and the narcissistic mind control. Propaganda is like a large scale gaslighting and manipulation. So when you look at that, the most effective tool of propaganda is information. It's that ability to present information in a way that appeals not just, mostly emotionally, but also, viscerally, which means that everything is taken into account, not just the authors, the writers, but also in fact, a lot of the times propagandists they use the visual arts even far more than the literal ones. So the people who are in, even when you see communist propaganda or capitalist propaganda, it's usually in terms of these images, whether it's the red, communist flag and symbols and so on, or the black, red, and blue, capitalist images. It's usually something that's information that elicits emotionalism. And then beyond that, for the skeptics, you give them an intellectual justification for the bias and hatred that they feel inside. So once you give people that, then you have controlled them. You have controlled the information that they perceive, and in the current fashion, it's very easy to fashion a kind of narrative for anybody who wants it. If you're leaning towards the left, then you're given the trans nonsense. Oh, we're all the same, people, blah, 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 this weeping willow kind of nonsense. And then if you're on the right leaning, you're given these hard edges. Pull yourself by the bootstraps, be strong and tough and all this stuff. So whichever way you lean in, if somebody has enough information about you, believe me, they can manipulate you into ways that you wouldn't even know. So when we talked about cults in the past, we talked about cults fulfilling desires, but it was usually a hit and miss. They wouldn't really, they would give a general idea for some people who are maybe on the outcasts of society and say, well, we're going to give you this in exchange for your loyalty. But in the new leaderless, undirected cults, you don't even know while you're being manipulated. You don't even know what you're worshiping. You're just blindly worshiping something. So we talked about the cults of the leader, the personality cult that depends on the charisma of the leader. And then we talked about the leaderless cult last week, including the Extinction Rebellion and the campus cults in Nigeria and so on. They don't necessarily have a leader, but they have an ideology. But the new cult of the state of data is one that does not have any ideology in particular. Its only ideology is one of control, by any means necessary. So, yeah. Thoughts, comments, ideas?
Well, I'll say this real quick. Listen, like, the people that you're dealing with, they created an organization called the FBI and Internal Investigations, you know what I'm saying, to collect data on Black people specifically, where it was created for, you know what I'm saying. But they collect data and all of these other things, and a lot of other people collect data. You could collect data just by reading comments and all of this stuff, and seeing how trends go, just keeping an eye on how things go. You find trends in how people do things, you know what I'm saying. And sometimes you can't reach people with all kinds of things, you know what I'm saying. But it's not even just controlling the data, because like it's also controlling the data, because like they control the data that we intake, you know what I'm saying. Like even down to the movies from Black people, like MD2, like the Human Centipede was disgusting, you know what I'm saying. But when it comes to Black culture, you know what I'm saying, like look, like it's like what, like you have movies like Wakanda, where you have the hero helping the white CIA agent take down the weapons that was metaphorically meant to help us get freedom around the world and build a building. Or Get Out, where you choking the white girl at the end, and then you look at her in the eyes and then let her go, you know what I'm saying. And the police pull up. In real life, it would have been a white boy, you know what I'm saying, out there in the sundown town. But you know what I'm saying, you would have let her go in real life. That was the only real part of it, you know what I'm saying. And all of that stuff is like, you know what I'm saying, is data, because even the stuff that we say on here is like recorded, and it's like data that could be used and will be used against us, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I think we just don't, we take for granted how they view us and how they view data and information. Everything that they come in contact with is an attempt for them to figure out a way to use it for their continued control and domination. And Once we understand that, we can be more strategic in the data we produce and the information we put out, and how we're handling and managing the data, and how we're going to control that data. Public and private administration, or showing people the public side of things versus how it's really operating privately, those things are different. And a lot of times we don't recognize that, and we act like we don't know that. And it's hard to live in a society where you have to be double-minded or triple-minded or have different ideas about things all the time. But that's really the world that we live in, until we are the ones that have decided to take control of our reality and project our African truth and reality on the world.
Indeed. I definitely, like I said, I'm loving the conversation. As you said there, Tanzan, this data has no ideology. What it is it's like it's in the hands of the beholder, for lack of a better term. In other words, others are going to use things that are going to be in their best interest, and usually against the interests of those they're competing against. It's just common sense. I mean, that's just, that just goes without saying. Here's what I mean. One of the biggest data acquisition things that have been happening in the last probably 20 years, no, 20, 30 years, was this aspect of genealogy. And in order for, like, when I look at my enemy or my competitor and what they do with whatever data they get, I like to base things on real use of what, when it's in my enemy's hands, what are they going to do with it? Are they going to look for ways to heal things? Are they going to look for new innovations that'll help, help nature, help whatever goes on? Are they going to look for ways to heal things? Are they going to look for new innovations that'll help, help nature, help whatever goes on? Are they going to look for ways to heal things? Are they going to look for new innovations that'll help, help nature, help whatever goes on?
MD2, I don't know if it's just me, but I think they have you in the echo matrix. Let's see if you're still in there.
It's a data overload over here.
Somebody has an ideology on you. Let's see.
Yeah, I had muted myself.
Somebody has an ideology on you. Let's see.
I had muted myself.
Somebody.
It's not me.
Is it okay now?
It's not me.
Yo,
Okay.
do you have the YouTube on?
Is it okay now?
It may be the YouTube came back up on in your phone or something.
Okay, who is speaking now? I am lost and confused.
No, can you hear me, Tanzan?
I can hear you, but I thought it was MD2 speak. Did we lose MD2 or not? I can hear you, but I thought it was MD2 speak. Did we lose MD2? I can hear you, but I thought it was MD2 speak. Did we lose MD2? I can hear you, but I thought it was
Hey, he might have to go out and come back again, Tanzania.
Yeah.
What is going on? Is it me or is it MG2? I muted him for a second to just,
Yeah,
I
he may
muted
have to go out and come
MG2
back in.
just for now, but was it me or was the whole thing just, what was going on there? Let me, MG2, I'm going to unmute you for a second. Let's just say if it's you or it was me all along. Let's see. MG2, I'm going to unmute you for a second. Let's just say if. Yep, it's you. It's you. Let's, can
Yeah,
you try
he may have
going
to go out.
in and coming back out again? Because I think you have a very long delayed echo, if I'm not wrong. So, yeah, let's try this again. I'm going to put the link in, and you and anybody else is welcome to join us back in. So,
Hey, Tanzan, I'm telling you, if you think they're not watching it, and other people, because I heard other people say stuff I said, and I thought I was paranoid, but now I know that it's true. But also, if you don't think they aren't listening to like you, I'm just saying, you don't need to be
I'm
paranoid.
just a tiny little, over
That's
there.
what they want you to think. You'll know it could be 100 people in here, Tanzan. I promise.
You know what's weird though, Dugu Focused? I have 50 of your subscribers, and I know like 10 of them are you guys, maybe 15, 20 of them are you guys. So it's not like I'm, I'm a big, impact maker or influencer or anything like that. But the weird thing is, like, you guys are either very, very loyal, which I am grateful for, and Asante Sana, but 50, only 50 subscribers, and they're like 150 people watching it. Either you guys just come back and watch it over and over again, or it's just people who are and they're like 150 people watching it. Either you guys just come back and watch it over and over again, or it's just people. I'll mute you G2 for a second, because I think you have the I think you are the one who's been infiltrated.
Yeah, he might need to like turn everything off and come back on. Yeah, I don't know. It's like they, but yo, I promise you, Tanzan, like yo, you're like is more stuff like, cause like I've been dealing with this for a long time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like all the strikes, like yo, like my channel was like on getting shares and views and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? But yo, they really like hit the blacklist. Like, yo, I seen how my stuff been stuck on like the same 20 thing, even though I met like whole communities of people who now subscribe to me and it's stuck on the same thing. And like I'm telling you, like my first one, I had like 60 people in there, you know what I'm saying? And then ever since then it'd be like 10. And then somebody else say 12. Like it's like lying. You can't trust it, you know what I'm saying? Like just know that it could be infinite number of people watching you, you know what I'm saying, every time you speak. But that means show more courage, because you know what I'm saying, we standing on our squares over here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so and for me, I think the important thing is the quality and not so much the quantity. I think it's important to have a place where we can talk in depth. Yeah, we can talk about things that are not necessarily out there, and we can just have a decent conversation. That's it. We're not saying anything that's out there in the in the realm of the unfathomable. We're just telling people to to think about things in a new way, to entertain different possibilities, and just to go beyond the norm. It's nothing crazy or out there. So, and yeah.
Tanzan, they put pedophiles on the side of a mountain. What we gotta apologize for saying don't shoot Trayvon Martin? Come on. We don't gotta apologize for that. They put literal rapists and pedophiles on the mountain and said he apologizing for saying let's build a community.
Yeah.
Like I want, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop. I know we don't have to jump. I'm sorry.
Whoa. Even our Dada RawItal is having problems with the internet. Yeah, it's crazy. I tell you, it's just weird stuff just happens all of a sudden, because whatever happened with with MG2 was just weird. All of a sudden, now we can't hear him, or he has this terrible echo. And usually, when people have an echo, it's like almost immediate. He was having an echo from like a minute or 2 minutes backwards. Like, what is going on? And we've all encountered this just random nonsensical stuff. You see, when nature goes wrong, when random things happen in nature, we call that, bad luck or an omen or something like that. And yet, when technology goes wrong, which is supposed to be something that is infallible, we just, take it all for granted as if it's just supposed to be okay. And we don't question that at all. So, we have much more faith in technology than we have in, in nature or in God's or in ourselves. So things like just weird stuff just happened. Like with that time when I came back on, and then for some reason nothing was going on, and I had to postpone the presentation twice that I had prepared, because for some reason the way I left things was not the same way I came back. And so when I say that, there are those invisible, gods or demons of technology, they are there, and we have to acknowledge them and pit our own gods against them. But welcome back, MG2.
My bad. That's my fault. I had another device that actually
Okay.
was playing the show, and it's not.
Ah,
But here's the thing: I never even went on that device to even go to YouTube or anything else. It was just a device that was sitting on the ground, and I don't know how it got to your show. I have no idea. It's a totally separate device, totally everything different, and all of a sudden it's playing your show as well. And
yes.
I have no idea how that happened. Yeah,
Well, in the stats we trust. So, in the mysterious way of happening, we accept.
exactly. It is what it is. What I was saying earlier was one of the biggest data acquisitions that folks did was this genealogy. Um, I like to look at what my enemy might do with things. If I have a certain amount of technology, or if they're introduced to something, what will they do with it? Will they use it for good purposes, or will they use it as a weapon, or a weapon or a tool, or both? And I look at what happened when my enemy, you so-called, discovered the ability to use fusion for an atom. They didn't say, okay, we're going to have something that will better the world. The first thing they said is, we're just going to go kill a bunch of Japanese. It was just, and so if I know they have the capability, and actually they have a track record of doing something like that, then what would happen if they come out and they have one of the biggest data acquisitions that are out there, and basically um, using the quest of Africans wanting to know who they are, because many of us fell for it, and the first thing they'll do is say, look, all I need is your DNA. And unfortunately, if I know that they did that with an atom, what could they do with African DNA? Now, we know that they use biological weapons, or what they call genetically targeted weapons. So if I know that they've done that to some, that's their track record, one of the biggest data acquisitions that they can in their quest for war, or mind control or conquering or whatever, is they'll say, hey, we need another type of data. We just need your DNA. And unfortunately, a lot of us, in the quest of wanting to belong or feel like we've got something, we went ahead and said, here, take my DNA. Now, earlier today, of course, I know what's going on with Boston University. They went ahead and they've modified, for the last 2 years, the world has been going through this certain, this biological malady, for lack of a better term. Well, they went ahead and genetically modified something that made the thing that's been put in the world at bay for 2 years, for the last 2 years. They modified it to make it even more virulent and more deadly and more. And so if I know that they do that just as an experiment, they're like, hey, let's do that. Then I know what could they do with it. And then I started thinking about Jeffrey Amherst, when he decided, hey, we don't get sick with this disease, but I'm going to put these disease in these blankets, and then therefore, we can have manifest destiny. So if I know that they've done that back in the 1700s and wiped out an entire population of what folks call Native Americans, if I know they did that in the 1940s and damn near killed, decimated the Japanese island, then I'm almost sure that data acquisition for our enemy, no matter how they do it, whether they use our relationships as data, to see how we function with families, or how we function with music, or how we function regardless. Whether they use that, whether they use ones and zeros on a phone, or more unsettling, whether they use the substructure of our lives called DNA. One thing that I know is that you said that data is definitely, basically data is is very agnostic. It doesn't care. The thing is that weapon in the hands. What is that individual with that data? And a lot of times we conflate it, or we obfuscate what data really is to fit a technological type of mindset that it has to be, electronic. It has to be no. It's just gathering information. Data is a euphemism for information that can actually be quantified. That's all it is. Something that you can count and measure and put it and store and secure and then use later on for whatever you need it for. So, the thing is I tend to think that hopefully our folk can kind of look more omnisciently in a full spectrum way of not only protecting our data, but using our data for ourselves, whether it's hip hop or whether it's scientific discovery, whether it's how we relate with our families, which most of them nowadays are so broken up, it's kind of hard to really talk about relations. But anyways, it's how we relate with one another, how we talk. We used to have code words. We used to have ways we could look. There was so many different things we had that we were able to communicate, and that was data. But it's been co-opted and usurped, and now someone else is using that against us. So it would behoove us to really look at data over and above what we, in other words, look at things a little bit more open and not myopic and thinking of solely just this one thing. Thinking in terms of everything you do. Doesn't matter what you do. You're being watched all the time, not for some surveillance purposes, for, oh my gosh, there's, the man or whatever, or, Big Brother in 1984 or whatever. Rex 84 is after me. No, you're being surveilled because of the fact is being the most innovative species on this planet called African. We are the most innovative. We're the most resilient. We're the most entrepreneurial. We can create something out of nothing. You're being surveilled by individuals or a species that has absolutely no connection to this planet. And they're non-African. So, of course, they're going to watch everything you do. So everything you do, whether it's music, whether it's, talking to your friends, whether it's how you sit, how you comb your hair, somebody's watching to see how they could, one, monetize it, two, try to steal and get the patents, whether it's music or whatever else, three, to try to conquer you with it, or try to control you with it, five, try to use it as a weapon against you. And, it doesn't matter who it is, whether it's East Indians that are moving into the store selling liquor, whether it's Brad and Becky over there at your job, whether it's Gomez is walking up and down the street, and he's got his hat backwards and he's sagging. It doesn't matter what it is. Everyone is watching to use what we do as a full spectrum tool against us. It would behoove us to go ahead and be more protectionist about everything we do and say, how we relate to one another, how we think, how we innovate, how we communicate, not only be protective, but also use our talents and our data, use it as how we can go and weaponize it against other folks. So anyways, I'll go ahead and pass the mic.
Oh, I pity the fool who's going to come up after that. Bwana Haguzike says, you're a serious guy, man. Well, it is a serious thing, Bwana Haguzike. It's a serious thing. While we keep on reacting, while we keep on, keeping up with the Joneses, that's what I call, reacting to whatever is new on the, media, what is it called, treadmill, whatever is coming on. Because at one point you have to realize that, even our attention is also manipulated. Even the things that we are supposed to be looking at is manipulated. There are times when you also have to say, no, I'm not going to look where they want me to look, because that old trick where somebody, you're in a fight with somebody and they say, look over there. And then as soon as you look over there, they hit you in the balls or whatever. That's also a trick that is constantly put upon us. When there was that whole, Harvey Weinstein thing going on, what was in the news, in the comedy, in the late night stand-up, oh, Cosby this, Cosby that, and all that. How many people were making, Harvey Weinstein jokes? How many people were talking about that fast bastard and all the weird things he was doing in the back rooms? Nobody was talking about all those numerous, white, people who are doing things that were documented in several, testimonials. But no, the face of it became Cosby, and he was, vindicated later. But in any case, a lot of even our attention, we have to realize that even that attention, not just about the information, but even where we direct that attention, is also manipulated. So we have to protect ourselves, we have to protect. And this is us as grown up adults, human beings. Imagine what the children are going to imagine, the people who don't have any sort of discernment, who just have to consume everything that is in front of their faces or in front of their screens. So what we're dealing with is not just or info too much information. It's actually about how we think of the world, how we think of ourselves, how we even how we have time to look into ourselves. Our attention is constantly directed outwards and outwards, so we don't even have time to to communicate with the deeper and higher aspects of who we are. So in terms of the next battle, in the old times, it was a physical battle where people used to go to physical war against each other. There was battles drawn, one side lined up against the other, and you'd go to battle with physical weapons and so on. But in the new world, you don't have to go to somebody to fight them. Even in Vietnam, they had this thing where they would not just throw pamphlets of of propaganda, but they used their knowledge that the Vietnamese were very superstitious in regards to the spirits of the recently deceased. And for them, they felt that if the people were not buried, then they would roam the lands, crying out to be to be put to peace. So they would play this. The Americans would play this recordings of soldiers, crying out, and they talk about how they wanted to go back home and telling the people to surrender and so on. So it was this psychological, trickery that was used to demoralize the enemy group. And so the next stage of human warfare is not just the physical aspect of it, it's also the mental and the spiritual, if that's what you meant, the spiritual aspect of it, but more importantly, the psychological aspect of it. So if you're not privy to the attacks, you're going to succumb to them, because you don't realize, not you as but our people don't realize the attacks that we're under. We think that, oh, they're going to drop a bomb on us, but the bomb that is on us is not one that is physical. It's actually a mental, just a slow dissipating, exhausting thing that we don't even know that it's there. It's just sucking the energy out of us. It's taking in information and it's sucking in energy from us as a people. So yeah, that's what happens when you get spooked out, as Nduku Focused says.
See, we were spooked out. We thought it was tapped. It's just another thing playing learning curve. We got spooked out that quick. See.
What?
There are levels to
I'm
it.
just listening. I'm just listening. I'm a watcher on the wall. You got to be able to analyze the situation before you go just speaking, running off at the mouth. I'm just trying to analyze.
We all are, Dada Matron. We all are. None of us, are the do all and be all. We're simply, putting in our 2 cents, and hopefully we get it to 10 cents.
That's the hope. That's the hope.
Yeah. So,
Well,
yeah.
one thing that I learned, and this really has a lot to do with. I was watching some of Swahili Nation earlier about agriculture, and this has a lot to do with
I was there
again data.
too. I was there,
I'm sorry.
remember?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
No, I said I was there. Kilimo. Kilimo is agriculture. I'll put it in the comments.
Yeah,
But I was there
I
when
was
they
trying to
called.
understand it. It was very difficult. Yeah. Um, which means I need more Swahili lessons. Um, one of the things that I was thinking in terms of, if you see where the world is at right now and the importance of data, the stuff you put in your belly is data. If you, and I'm not just talking, what kind of seeds that go in the ground. Um, Everything it's not only just what's in the ground, but also the water that it takes to irrigate it, also the supply chains to get food from one place to the other, to manufacture whatever things it is so you can actually eat your food, these things called plates, forks, and spoons. Data it encompasses so much, which means that anytime, again, it's like that. It's like nature, like with us as Africans, nature says, hey, there's a need. And we as Africans will fulfill that need. Well, nowadays, unfortunately, with the European so-called hegemonic, world, and unfortunately, because they do, I'm not just Europeans, I'm talking non-Africans in general, because of the fact that we're 100% dependent on them across the globe. The need now is how you could fulfill that need for data. And when I say the need for data is all aspects of things, from food to relationships to zeros and ones on a phone to you name it. I started looking at things like supply chains. Think of it this way, and I think I brought it up the other day on because I was pissing some of the folks off in Swahili Nation the other day when I said a lot. Here you have a so-called European war happening right now, and because of that so-called European war, now all of a sudden Africa is going through quote unquote starvation. In other words, they're relying on foodstuffs, i.e. data. Remember, it's all about data. They're relying on foodstuffs from nations that are 10,000 miles away from them. They're relying on fertilizers that is developed in nations 10,000 miles away from them. And that's unfortunate, but then again, it just tells you that there's a need. Thus, nowadays, everybody's trying to fill that vacuum to try to create, innovate, whether it's innovate social media, innovate whatever it is to go ahead and fulfill whatever need. And here's the thing about data. See, nature in its natural state will have a need. Once you fulfill that need, in other words, once you fill that vacuum, then all of a sudden, nature has found balance. It's found balance. It's not something that's infinite. Okay, even though that something might happen and then you have to go ahead and fix it, like a storm or natural disaster or whatever else. But once you fix it, it's pretty much finite. Okay, it's not something that's a continuous. It's not like a virus or like something like that old movie called The Blob, where it would just keep eating anything that's in its path. But here's the thing with European, or I should say non-African hegemony on this world, the fact that they've created the form of data that they've created and the form of data they've monetized or commoditized or used as an exploitive tool or weapon, that thing is infinite. In other words, you'll never fulfill all the needs that data wants you to have, because in other words, we call it planned obsolescence. You plan that obsolescence within a product, so somebody always has to keep going back for more. A good way of saying planned obsolescence is you had to get one shot, then you had to get a booster. Now you're going to have to get this new booster coming out. So every year you're going to have that because of the obsolescence of the first one that you got. Now obsolete. Now you got to get the remix. Well, that's one thing about data in a European construct is because of its monetized value, the fact that it's an exploitive tool that they're using. And I'm not just talking monetary in terms of dollars. I'm talking monetized in terms of economy. Look at how they're sanctioning Putin, and many of that they didn't even have to use dollars. They just went and took his books. That kind of thing. So if you look at the fact that nature knows that when you fill the vacuum, it's finite until something else happens, and then that thing is finite. But that's a symbiotic balance with Africans and nature. But in terms of data, when you're talking on a European or a non-African, which includes Asian and everyone else, a non-African construct, it's almost like an unending AI virus that's just it will never ever have its need fulfilled. And I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just saying that's just the way it is. Remember when not cell phones, when internet it wasn't even internet, it was bulletin boards. When I was programming back in the 70s, and then all of a sudden in the 90s, when you started having modems, it was basically the same thing we were using in the 70s, but faster. the thing is now you're seeing that was data, that was a need, that was a technology, but look at where things are at right now. You can't use that stuff you had back then because of planned obsolescence. You try to get a 1400 baud modem in there, and they didn't even use copper wire. So it just it really behooves us at this late stage of the game to be very, very omniscient and very, very multifaceted. Like I say, full spectrum in terms of not only how we relate to data, but how our enemies relate to the data that they create or the data they usurp from us, how we can protect ourselves, how we can exploit them with even their own tools. So, I'll go ahead and pass the mic, but that's just some food for thought.
And can I say this real quick? And I want to say this, and I know my brother Bawana is a serious brother, and as everybody is here, you know what I'm saying? And one thing that I would say about my brother MD2, you know what I'm saying, more so than all the data that I've gotten from the brother, you know what I'm saying, is, and I can't forget Raw too, is how serious, you know what I'm saying, my brother is. And, you know what I'm saying, to me, I think that is more, like, not more valuable, it is just as valuable, you know what I'm saying, because, like, at the end of the day, it's about, you know what I'm saying, like, and I would go on the extreme, and I try to dip and dabble into it, you know what I'm saying, but, like, to get into the 5%, we don't even understand the basic mathematics that, you know what I'm saying, like, it takes, like, food, clothing, shelter. So I may want to control my food, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's rule number one. That's the first data that people probably have, you know what I'm saying, realized, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then maybe, okay, yeah, fire, this is barbecues the food, you know what I'm saying? Like, but the first thing was, you know what I'm saying, I got to get something to eat. I got to find somewhere to live. And we don't even take that into consideration, you know what I'm saying? And I asked, because Bakari said something earlier that was key. He was talking about the army. He was like, why they won't do these things is because they provide, you know what I'm saying, they provide all the healthcare and all the benefits that they say, you know what I'm saying. Now Tanzan and Bakari and Matron kind of danced around the question. I'm joking with y'all, but let me ask you, MD2, like I was saying, you know what I'm saying, can you replace that what the army is offering you? And the question that they kind of didn't answer is, should people follow you if they can't?
Say that question again. When you're saying that their
like
army could,
he was saying, like, in the army, it was difficult to get the spook in the door kind of situation, because people would kind of be satisfied with the benefits that the army gives, such as healthcare, and that's good enough for them, as opposed to taking this and using it for themselves, you know what I'm saying? And I asked them, now if you're expecting them to do something, can you replace that can you replace that? Or, if you want them to fight for you, can you give them this sort of thing? If you want them to quit a job or whatever, can you replace that? And if you can't replace it, should you expect them to follow you?
Everything's replaceable, and I may be wrong. If I hope I hope I understand what you're saying, and I may be wrong, but everything's replaceable. And the reason I say that is Dr. John Henrik Clarke was in their military, and I always use the term "there" because "the" is a definite term, and I like to use indefinite terms when I'm talking about my enemy. In their military, Dr. John Henrik Clarke was there, and he said he was a piss poor soldier because he was working in the best interest of Black folks. Things that were probably not necessarily that you would probably think were irreplaceable. He found a way to replace. My uncles were in Korea, and they were drafted into there, for lack of a better term, like my uncles back in so-called World War I, and they were conscripted or kidnapped or dragged or whatever, and they were up on the mountain. Here's a story for you. I told you guys this before, but I'll tell you again. My uncles were up on the mountain, and this is like, where you had the Yalu River and whatnot. Where they ran. I keep wanting to say Patton, or what was it, Patton, or what was the dude with the pipe? I think it was him. They ran him out, MacArthur, I think. They ran him out in that river. The North Koreans and the Chinese and the Uyghurs ran him out of that river. And there literally was complete defeat for United Snakes in that battle. But here's the kicker. Here's the backstory. Because my dad used to tell me this consistently, over and over. He would overstate this. My uncles were up on this hill, and it wasn't North Koreans who won that war. It wasn't Chinese. It was a group of folks called Uyghurs, who, the Chinese, they were basically like, they're like the trailer park Chinese, for lack of a better term, or Chinese in the hood. They're Muslims. The most populous Muslims on the planet today, I think, are Uyghurs. But anyways, my uncles were up in the hill because these Peckerwoods were saying, they would do this to brothers in Korea. When they would draft brothers or conscript them into white wars, it was either go to war or go to jail. Precursor to Muhammad Ali. So basically, my uncles had no choice because they were doing some dirt, but it was like, okay, well, I'll go to this place called Korea. So they were up on the mountain, and it didn't start there, but it kind of elevated their practices, what they were doing. When you talked about replaceable or irreplaceable, Brother Forecast, everything is replaceable. That's just the nature of a construct, European construct of planned obsolescence. They make it obsolete, so you have to replace it at a cost. Everything, including military, and I should say, in particular, military. If you see the armaments that are going around the world right now to try to fight other nations, everything's replaceable. So the thing is when my uncles were on that hill, these Uyghurs came down. We're talking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, battalions of them came down on the hill because the whites would tell the brothers, you have to go up on point and you have to be on lookout on that hill to make sure that the Chinese don't get upset the white boys that are, the drinking whiskey, smoking cigars, and all Peckerwoods. They would always make brothers like one of my family members in Vietnam. They would put you on point because they knew that you were expendable. They were like, hey, we'll just put another one up there tomorrow. It was like we were objects. And so what my uncles did is they heard the horn. It was like a battle horn of something that you would hear like from Lord of the Rings. That's how the Uyghurs would always start. They had the battle horn. And then when they blew that horn, you knew it was going to be a battle. So the brothers were like, uh-oh, here it is. And the Uyghurs came down off the hill. My uncles were on the hill. They were smoking weed, eating some of their with their from the commissary, what they could bring bring out there in the field. And the Uyghurs had really never really seen black folks before. This was kind of new to them. They look at my uncles. My uncles were looking back, and they offered the Uyghurs some weed. The Uyghurs kind of like, no, that's all right. They went ahead and offered them, some of as a canteen. The Uyghurs just waved and went down the hill. Now, my uncles heard a bunch of gunshots and bombs and everything else, and then they saw a bunch of these Uyghurs going back up the hill with the heads and other body parts of some of these folks that that put my uncles up on that hill. And during those battles, that's where I think that was the time where they ran. I just wanted to say it wasn't Patton. I think it was MacArthur. One of them. They ran them out. Basically, the North Koreans in that battle was like, look, you're gonna have to walk the Yellow River. Basically, I think that was the same. But the thing is the reason I'm saying that, Brother Forecast, is because my uncles found out that things are replaceable. Their so-called loyalty or lack thereof was replaceable with self-reliance and self-preservation. Okay, that so-called loyalty that we get. When, like one of my relatives who was fought in Nam, for lack of a better term, he was conscripted, he was drafted. It was one of those situations of either go to Nam or go to jail, that kind of thing. And like when you say replaceable, everything is replaceable when it comes to self-preservation. My uncles replaced the fact that they were obedience to a so-called military with, hey, let me offer these guys a joint. Because, they're looking at us because they've never seen us before. Even though we're wearing the uniform of the enemy, they didn't look at us as an enemy first off. They looked at us with kind of curiosity. Then when they saw that, hey, we ain't going to shoot at you. We're going to offer you some weed, and here's something to drink. But, you go down and take care of business. And the brothers that are up on the hill, hey, we're just going to sit back and watch the game. We're going to watch what you guys do. Well, they replaced that. Again, when you said replaceable, they replaced it with self-preservation. I'm going to overstate that. Now, when you said, should you follow? The thing is anyone who is not dynamic in thought, in times of battle, or in times of innovation, or in times of any situation, whether it's love, whether it's war, whether it's on the edge of a cliff or whatever, those are individuals that might not be followed because they're afraid to follow themselves, whether it's instinctual or trust even their own selves. So in terms of should you follow, it's just one of those things where you might have a better chance of following your own, or you may be the one that will be the leader. Before that you have to ask, should I follow? Hopefully that answered your question there, Brother Forecast.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in terms of also the purpose of education, I think we have also limited ourselves and the next generation into looking at education as simply a way to make money, limiting it to not making society better, but in an individualistic manner is making your life better. You go to school, get a job, make your life better, and become richer through it. But it also stifles the innovation in society, whereas we're only taught to continue the status quo instead of maybe looking at it from a critical point of view. So when we look at when we elevate, well, I'm not criticizing the promotion of the stems. It's just that STEM is devoid of something that is intrinsic to human nature, and that is the humanity aspect of it. In fact, when we were studying engineering and so on, we actually despised having to take all this English and all these humanistic courses, because they were really a waste of time or easy grades, because all you're going to learn is to say absolute nonsense, and everything is correct and nothing is exact and precise. But the difficulty when it comes to that is that it only makes people think in a certain way. And even when it comes to STEM, you're not learning about the philosophy of science, you're simply learning about the application of it. And it detaches you from your humanity and the things that you're supposed to be doing, which the original use of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is really to understand nature and to improve upon it and to apply what you learn from it. It's not simply to feel better than the rest of humanity. But unfortunately, with STEM, like it says in this article, that while it promises success, for some people it's not what they're looking for. You can have economic success, but at the same time you don't really have that personal contentment. So you're working in a job mostly just to make money, and that's what we have advertised to the people who are going to university nowadays. It's not to have a fulfilling life, but to have a successful career. And not all human beings are made to have this very dry and logical nature. People yearn for more than just what is offered. So what the education system now is wanting to produce is human robots, people who can do a certain kind of jobs and do it without getting, bogged down into emotionalism, into, periods of reflection or anything like that. It's simply work objects and people who can just do their jobs and be quiet and not to not to protest too much. So in Play Piano, Kurt Vonnegut's prescient 1952 account of a fully automated society where masses of obsolete workers either join the army or mill around performing unnecessary tasks, one character laments the damn hierarchy that measures men against machines and observes that it's a pretty and impressive kind of man that comes out on top. So what my men are competing now is not the man against man. It's not man competing against other men to see, who's the best kind of man. It's really man competing against this mechanicalistic, unemotional being. It's best analogized in the competition, in the chess competition between Garry Kasparov and that AI computer. Does anybody know what it was called? I think it was called the blue something. So you see that human ingenuity is now posited against this cold calculating machine that has no emotions, none to speak of, and is purely a logical technological being. And in those instances the human will be left wanting. We have shown ourselves to be deficient even in our own tests and competition. So we set up the game, and we set it up to create a being that was greater than us, and we lost to that being. So when it comes to logic, we divested ourselves of our emotions and said that we were purely, a logical, mechanistic, beings, and that we were the best way for humanity to go to the direction is that one of logic without emotion. And yet, in doing that, we created a being, that was more logical than us and even less emotional than us. And that is the fear of the modern world, that we have created data that supersedes our own, experience, our own logic, and our own, ability to take in and examine and analyze information. So that's that's my ultimate summary of today's topic. If somebody was a crack at it, you're more than welcome. Karibu.
I mean, I was letting. Maybe you want to go, Matron?
Ultimately, we need to reassess how we value things and what we're doing with the things that are in our care and in our possession. We tend to be quick to cast off something black, something that's ours, something that we own and control, because they have us so caught up in chasing their dollars, chasing the knowledge and information and resources that they have control over. At the end of the day, we need to establish that we can and do control certain things, and the things that we do and have control over are valuable. And that's all I got to say. Thank you so much, Tanzan.
Thank you, Waiton. Thank you for your knowledge, for your wisdom, and thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Focused?
Yeah, with that last thing that you said, about, and that's why I respect you, Tanzan, Matron, MD2, and that was a unorthodox answer. I appreciate unorthodox answers that I'm not ready for, you know what I'm saying? And if I was to answer the question, you know what I'm saying, I would have said, well, how can we replace these things? You know what I'm saying? My thing would be how, and then I would say, I would have said, well, no, I can understand, they should, but I can understand why somebody wouldn't, even though, but I can appreciate it because, like, my brother MD2 gave a example where something so simple, and that's how much it takes, because you don't have to convince somebody to quit their job to realize that it's a tool and to use it for their best interest. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't take ending the world to do something, and to do something small, which we don't understand what small and big really is, to be real with it, and something just in an instance, you know what I'm saying, where you can use that to set aside whatever and use it for your best interest, you know what I'm saying, is really the things that it take, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate the unorthodox answers, you know what I'm saying, because usually if I ask Tanzan a question, most people say no, yes, and she'll say something, that'll kind of throw me off, but it'd be facts. And Matron, you know what I'm saying, like, she'll cut you and you won't even know until the next day. But so I appreciate it though, Tanzan. This was a great topic, great discussion. And yeah, data is important, you know what I'm saying? And realize you're giving all of yours away right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm right now as I'm speaking. So, but peace, y'all.
Amani Ndegu Focused, and Asante Sana to you as well for for your insight, your wisdom, and for sharing the information. And that's all we're talking about. We're talking about being able to share information, knowing how to discern the information, because our problem in this world is not the lack of information. That was 18th, 19th century problem, and for us maybe later on. But our problem now is, amidst all this, how do we discern, how do we discriminate, how do we figure out what is useful for us, what we can use, not just in the present information, but also in the past. Sometimes also we get too caught up in the present that we forget fastly that there was a past that we did not come out of nowhere. They used to say in the 60s that the people in the 60s, with that sexual revolution, they thought that they had invented the sex. Like before, nobody knew what they were doing until, the revolution in the 60s happened. So we shouldn't also be, in that also, that arrogant assumption that we have found the what do they call it, the holy grail, or the bucket at the end of the rainbow and so on. There are some things. Knowledge is a back and forth thing. It's something that some civilizations are way ahead of their time, and then they fall, and then they get back in time, and then they rise up again, or sometimes they just fall into extinction. We have lost far much more knowledge and information than what we have now. There have been civilizations that have been lost, the knowledge, information, the writings, the experiences, all have been lost. So what we try to do now, in this modern age, is we're getting greedy, and we try to hold as much knowledge as we can, because we realize that it's so easy to lose so much of it, that even when it comes to biology, there have been more species that have been extinct than that are currently existing. So when it comes to even languages, there have been civilization and languages that have gone out, and we don't know what they knew. We don't know, and even the things that we know, we only know a little bit of it. So if you are really greedy, if you really wanted to understand the entirety of humankind, you'd want to, be a miser of knowledge. You'd want to take all knowledge and keep it as your own, and keep expanding. So, and that's the unfortunate advantage of the capitalist machine or the modernist machine, is that it needs to constantly expand. It needs to constantly accumulate, increase itself in both, quantity and not so much in quality, but in quantity. So we have to also be cognizant of how much knowledge we give, both outside and within. There has to be some knowledge that is kept within. There is some knowledge that is shared, that is, um, I won't go too much into it, but in Islam, and also to some extent in Judaism, they have this concept of tawfiq or something. It's this concept that when you're in the midst of other people, you are allowed to do what is called the spiritual lie. You're allowed to misrepresent yourself and say something that is not true, that to others will seem true, but to the people who are in the know, they will know that it is not. So you're allowed to have deception for those who are not in your circle. And we have been too open with our knowledge. We have been too open in our hospitality, where we haven't really, discerned who is friend or foe, and we receive each equally, one and the other. So with that, I will give it to the great MG2.
I'm sorry, MG2. I forgot to say, Tanzan, I'm telling you, you will have the best show on YouTube. So yeah, I have to say that. My bad, MG2.
No, that's all good. I agree. I totally agree. I'm glad you brought up STEM. One of the easiest solutions that we have as Black folk, Africans globally, is we have ourselves. And what I mean by that, you're talking to a people that have been around for millions of years, that literally were the first two-legged species to know what to do once they saw fire. That is us. The moment that we saw fire over there in Kenya, we said, let's harness that for something we can use. The thing is once we start looking at ourselves in the same context that we were 9 million years ago back in Kenya, if we look at ourselves now in that same context, our solutions are there. Because we have three things that no other race has, no other species has. We have entrepreneurship, pure entrepreneurship, and I'm not talking in the Western construct. We have survival, and we have extremism. Nobody has that to the level that we have. Everything we do, we take to the ultimate limit that others can't chase, whether it's basketball, golf, inventions, or even crime. We have survival. where we can survive anything. Look at the so-called, the last 2 years and this so-called disease that's been floating around the world. Africa barely got hit. And if it weren't for the fact that those that live in diasporas were not eating that poisonous food and other things that Europeans have, we probably would have, wouldn't have suffered that as much. Entrepreneurship is not some kind of European construct of money. What entrepreneurship is to be able to take something and turn it into something else that is of use for the entire race, or for what they call quote unquote mankind. We could take a rock, turn that rock into something that's useful. That's entrepreneurship. It doesn't have to do with, oh yeah, he's got a business doing that. Entrepreneurship is if you could take a matchstick and do like MacGyver, and all of a sudden you turned it into an umbrella. You're an entrepreneur, because now you have something that you can commoditize. Now you have something that you can franchise. It's something that we as Africans have done. When you brought up the invention, we were doing things out of necessity, whether it's cotton gin or whether it's Nearest Green and his liquor. Everything we invented was not for exploitive purposes, i.e. data and other things what Europeans do. We did something because nature had a need, and we were able to fulfill that need is what we do. Now the need that we have as Africans is a need to control our destiny and to survive. And I'm going to say it again, the need to control, for us, to control 100% control of our destiny and to survive. Why do I say that, you ask? It's because if you look at the non-African species, they're doing everything they can to not survive, whether it's through climate, through war, through disease, through scarring the earth with mining everything in sight, or even trying to make something that they call food that isn't food, is just genetically modified with fish DNA. Whatever it is they're doing is something that's anti-survival. So there is a need that we need to fill, no doubt about it, because that need is showing up in our position in terms of, do we really control ourselves? Again, data is not zeros and ones. Data is also the ability to go ahead and recognize what steps you need to take to control yourself, to control your destiny. That's part of the data. Others are trying to make sure that they take that data away. Of course, it's a competitive world. One of the things that is very simple is, once we know, okay, there's a need for us to control the destiny. Okay, that has been established. Now it's how. Now it's what do you do? What means do you go about doing it? What resources are you going to get to garner? Whether it's controlling everything from, I won't even just say economy, because a lot of times I say that people think of money. I'm thinking in terms of trade, in terms of survival, in terms of supplying one another. That's economy. Set of relationships, the time, the toil, the till, and the task, what I call the 4 T's that go within it. There's a need. So therefore, how do you fulfill that need? Okay, what data are you going to use? What data are you going to protect or secure? What data are you going to go ahead and promote? What data are you going to go ahead and build on itself to go ahead and fulfill that need? There's a need for family. Definitely a need for family. If you look at African families around the world, whether it's Burkina Faso or whether it's Boston, whether it's Kenya or Kentucky, you see the position of African families globally, whatever the reasons are, whether it's marginalization, subjugation, colonialism, slavery, it doesn't matter. Irrespective of what happened, something did happen. So there is a need for us to focus on family. Spirituality, there is a need to be fulfilled there, because now Africans are basically spiritual with every other spirituality that's not African. Okay, pretty much. The spirituality that others use as a weapon, as a tool to go ahead and control us, whether it's controlling us emotionally or controlling us physically, that's a spirituality that's clearly foreign to us. Otherwise, our positions in this world would be, and we would be controlling this world. So clearly, somebody else used spirituality. So therefore, there is a need to focus on, okay, what data are we going to use when in terms of spirituality are we going to use to control our destiny? There is also a need for what we put in our bodies. A lot of folks will say health. A lot of folks will say food. I just call it the over aspect of agriculture, i.e. food and water. Okay, and shelter is part of what I call agriculture, even though that's an infrastructure type situation. But it's the things that if everything was gone, you need food and water and somewhere to stay. Okay, that's just 3 basic things without a doubt. You need some kind of shelter. So therefore, how do you fulfill that need to control your destiny? Just very simple things. I mean, just There's a lot more that I could say. Of course, you could use in education, technology, media. And media is not just TV or your quote unquote social media. Again, that's European construct, or non-African construct. When they talk about STEM is nothing new. Africans have been using that since the dawn of time. Now that they've quantified it, now all of a sudden we're thinking in terms of ones and zeros and super computing AI, and somebody else must have a better technology than us. Remember, technology is just a remodified word of the word technique, because that's all technology is a technique to get something done. When I say in terms of all the things, whether it's media or whatever else, now there's a need. Control your destiny. Now there's a need for resource. Now there's a need for securing it, to make sure whatever you do is secure. There's a need. So it's basically, very simple solution. Okay, and I always tell folks one of the very crux of that solution is something that you can do every single day. What did you invent? The other question is, what did you learn? I'm not talking abstract. I'm not talking, well, I've learned the spirituality, or I've learned that how to conquer racism, and I had to apprise everyone that these other individuals. No. What did you invent? Because we're living in a time where Europeans, again, like I said, data, which is that infinite virus that never has its need fulfilled, because of that, and living in that European or non-African construct, whether it's Asian, European, whatever else, we're all of a sudden thinking that everything has been invented already. And that's what your enemy wants you to think. They want you to believe that. So therefore, you become convenient, which breeds comfort, which breeds complacency, which breeds laziness, which is a disease that poverty soon overtakes. So what happens is you're thinking, well, they already invented it. Why should I try to innovate? Why should I try to do something new? I'll just sit there and talk about racism all day, or about gender wars, or I'll talk about the sports or hip hop or what Kanye West is doing tomorrow. I'll just do that because everything's done. I don't have to innovate. No, everything has not been invented. And the things that have been quote unquote invented are nothing more than a remix. Or as Bob Dylan said, nothing's new except what's forgotten. That was in the song he did. So the thing is it's I ask those questions. What did you learn? Not just on the abstract, on the ephemeral. What did you really learn? Did you learn a new something that you can use, that you can apply, that you can become an entrepreneurship, something to the extreme, something that is innovative? And the other thing, what did you invent? Those two things in and of themselves are probably the foundation of almost every solution that we have as an African people. TZ, thank you so much. I love your panel. Love you guys. I do appreciate it. And when you do this again, I'll be tuning in. Hotep, you guys. I'll pass the
mic. Asante, Hotep, and Karibu Sana. Thank you, Hotep, and you're always welcome to, we appreciate your wisdom, your enlightenment, your information, and you're always welcome to, to share with us. And I think that people should hear what you have to say, and we appreciate it. So, yeah, thank you so much, MG2, and to everybody who was here. I would like, a lot more people to hear what everyone has to say. I think this is information that a lot of our people should know about, but at the same time, I think it should be treated with some sort of delicate. I don't think that everybody is ready for some information or knowledge, only because maybe it's boring, it's too abstract, it's too technical, it's not trendy, it's not all this. But there are some things that we should be ahead of trends, not simply following them. We shouldn't just be waiting to react to things. We should be ahead of the curve and see where things are going and how we can go in front of it. And I think for the longest time, we have been, the tragedy of being a consumer is that you're not innovative. You simply sit back and let somebody put that spoon in your mouth, or things in your ear, but you're not really getting ahead of where we need to go. So there was a time when I was up on current events, and I was I could tell you what was going on in every part of the globe. and that was good and all that. But I realized after some time, it's really just the same thing over and over again. It's like an ending soap opera. Remember those soap operas that never ended, and while they were good in the beginning, at one point you just realize that they were just rehashing the same story over and over with just different characters, and it wasn't moving forward. You would have this one person who had, gone out with everybody in, in the hall until it just became nauseating. So sometimes we have to look at the bigger picture, and that's why I think we should have a more, sometimes you have to take yourself out of, the current time. You have to take yourself out of the space and so on, and look at things from a wider perspective, the pro-Black perspective, shout out. But you have to look at, things from both a pro-Black perspective, from a timeless perspective, from a historical, economic, psychological, and spiritual perspective, and really see, what is going on, how is it affecting us, because even sometimes the currentness of the news can be a distraction from the overall picture of, the overall, match of history. We can be so focused on the present that we forget the past and we neglect the future. So yeah. Greetings. And you're more than welcome, Matron, and focused to, to chime in. This is a collaborative effort. As Africans, it wasn't like the chief and the king. It wasn't just somebody who would have rights and power over other people. It was actually somebody who was there to advance the will of the people, not so much to, to put his will on the other people, but to represent it, to, to be an embodiment of the will of the people, not so much to impose his will upon the people, which was different in European societies. For them, leadership was about being able to impose your domination on other people, whereas for us, leadership was about being able to express the collective will. Yes. Um,
I think, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just letting Dugu Sankara know, offline question. Oh, what you can do is you can just hop on and then put your email or your contacts in the private section, and then you can ask, or I can just put my email in the private section and then you can email me. Yeah. So if you want to hop on and do that real quick, and you don't have to stay on, you just yeah. So if you want to do that, you can. And focused while you're here, you're asking for the word of the day. See, I can't be that creative all the time, so at least give me a word. Dada Matron already gave me one. Dada Matron already gave me. She asked me what was healer in Kiswahili, which I responded. Healer is mponyaji from the verb kuponya, which means to heal. And where do we have? Okay, so what I have given you several words actually. Agriculture is kilimo, which was what we were discussing earlier on SNN. We were discussing with this very intelligent young lady. Her name is Isabella, but she was talking about agriculture, which is kilimo. So that was your word for the day. Kulima means to dig, or to dig. So kilimo is agriculture. There you go. And then
no, that's cheating. That's cheating. That was just words in the conversation. That was extra words. But
Wow. I did not get a break from any of you. I have Oni at me. I have Wanahaguziki,
Well, I mean, I got something easy for you. Right, y'all. I know. Make sure you wanted to say something.
No, you go ahead. That's fine.
No, I was just gonna say data and statistics.
Yes, data and statistics. Okay.
Yeah,
go
what
ahead.
is data and what is statistics? Tanzania?
Yes, go ahead. We're listening.
No, I'm saying like in Swahili, that's the word.
Data and statistics. Wow, that's a hard one. That one I have to admit I will have to Google it. But yeah, while I'm doing that, but numbers is to count is kupiga nambari. That's in English. But I will give you the number of 1 up to 10. It's hold on 1 second. Let me just
Now, that's interesting, Tense. There no word for scripture. I forgot the other word, Bukari. No word for data. That's interesting.
Okay, 1
But
second.
they don't
Let me
collect
just
information
type a
that way.
quick thing in the comment in the section, and then I'll join you right 2 minutes.
I guess black people don't collect information at all. Then I guess never mind.
We the gods, so we don't count each other.
Okay, sorry. That was me. I only have 2 hands, one brain with 2 sides, and I can only do 1 or 2 things at the same time. But
Yeah. Hey, what did Bobby say right there?
I'm sorry.
What did Bobby say?
What did Bobby say? Hold on. Okay. So, Ndugu Sankara, I have given you my personal information, and I have yours as well. So we will be in touch, and yeah, I can answer any questions that you want to ask to the best of my ability. That's I always say. What they say. God willing, I can only say to the best of my ability.
No, I don't want to keep y'all
Brother
up. But what?
Forecast.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for cutting up, but try takwimu and for statistics in Swahili.
Twakwemu. That what you said?
Yeah, TAKWIN. Yeah, takwimu.
Okay, Takwimu. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Thank you. I didn't know that. So, I also learn something every day. So, so I appreciate that. Some of these newer concepts, somebody has to, Bobby, right? Wahenga walinena. This is something that we always had to learn when we were writing English, both composition and insha. So insha is it means isay. Insha is isay in Kiswahili. So when we were going to school, we had to, every day in the morning, we had to write an essay, both in English, which was called composition, and an insha, which was in Kiswahili. So you had your insha. So every day you'd have to write both in English and Kiswahili. So in Kiswahili, you'd have to say things like you'd have to incorporate, Kiswahili idioms, riddles, and medali. Medali are proverbs. And then with medali, you'd preface it with wahenga. Where is that? Yes, you'd preface it with what is called wahenga. Wahenga. Hold on, I'm typing. Wahenga, what Bobby here, walinena. And then, so when you say wahenga walinena, you mean wahenga are the wise men. So the wa is the people, is one person, wa is the plural for mtu. So if, for example, mtu is one person, is a person, mtu, and then watu, so person and people. So when you see like the today's track of the day was XXLNER, which was called Wapoa, and Wapoa are the cool people, the cool ones, for example. So Wapoa are the cool or chill ones, cool and chill, same thing. So the cool or chill people. So when you say wahenga are the wise men or the wise people, and then walinena, nena is also the same thing as sema. Nena is, and sema means the same thing, is to say. But nena is more to declare, like to make an authoritative statement. So when you say that wahenga walinena is to say that the wise men declared. So when you start a proverb, a methali, you say the wise men declared, kidogo kidogo hujaza kibaba, which means that the wise men said, and then you say the methali. So if you want to say a proverb, you say the wise men. And I say the wise men, but like I said in Kiswahili and most African languages, there is no male-female distinction in terms of, the person. So there is no he, she person, and yet in English, but that's not, in English, there is no distinction between plural and singular. So you can understand that languages do operate on different rules. So the way that in English you have to say you all instead of just having a plural for people who are in the second plural, which I don't understand up to now. You now you have to say you all instead of having a different term for you, which is one person versus another word for you in a plural. Anyway, in Kiswahili, so wahenga does not necessarily mean he or she, is just a person. So when you say the wise people said, and then you say your methali or proverb. And so, so the wise people said, and then you say, so our English, Insha was, learning how to write a whole story or an essay or a composition entirely in Kiswahili. And yeah. Okay, so MG2, Person Kenya has a shared takwimu is data, takwimu gafi is raw data. So there you go. That's your word for the day. And asante sana MG2 for your help. So it is a collaborative effort and appreciate it. So
and Jenga on takwimu.
yes, and as you know, Jenga, that one is another one that English stole from us. Jenga is to build. Yes. So kujenga, and just an aside, jenga is to build. So when you see the prefix ku, it means to. So when you see jenga is build, and then kujenga is to build. So there you go. That's how you put the words together. Yeah, so there you go. There's your word for the day, courtesy of MG2. Takwimu is data. Takwimu gafi is raw data. And that's our in stats we trust. So basically the summary of the day is that we are living in this data state in the before we lived in we're in a and even the corporate state is still a data state, but what rules the world now is information, is data, whether raw, filtered, analyzed, extracted, and manipulated. What we are going through now is the power of information. Before it was power of a land, but all lands have basically been conquered. It's like when Alexander, the not so great, went and said, oh, well, I have conquered everything. There is no more land to be conquered or something of the sort. He thought he had conquered the entire world, where he didn't really know how big the world was. But in any case, there comes a time when people think that they have reached the ultimate, of conquest. Same thing with Francis Fukuyama when in the 90s, after the fall of the Berlin Wall and then the communist, the Soviet Union, he said, oh, it's the culmination of liberal democracy, and we have reached the end of history. Well, nobody can declare the end of time. So unfortunately, time moves on. But still people feel that they reach some type of epoch that is so great that, the world has to stop and time has to, we have to be like Joshua. We have to stare at that sun which has stopped. But in any case, it doesn't stop. It moves on, but it moves on in different phases. So in the past, it was the fight for land, for conquest. Now is the fight for all the lands basically have been conquered and brought under the dominion of the world powers. The next evolution is the conquest of the information, the mind, the programming, the final preparation and manipulation of the human. Before it was a physical conquest where you can manipulate people into doing the things that you want them to do, whether it's labor, whether it's work, slavery, and all that. But the new dimension is that one of conquering people's minds, where you are able to not only manipulate how they think, but use how they think and program their thinking to do what it is that you want them to do. So if you want the ultimate control of humanity, that would be it. Not just making people subservient to you, but making them think that it's by their own free choice. So yeah, that's my summary for the day. We'll have our last words to go around, and then we'll call it a day until the next one. Go ahead, we'll go Matron, MG2, and Dugu Focused, and then we'll close out. And
This was a great show, Tanzan. You always do such a great job in discussing these topics that we really don't talk about or think about. And so thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I appreciate being on the panel with everyone. And the one thing I just have to say is reassess your world so that you can understand the value of what you really have. I'm going to jump off. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Asante Sana, our matron, for joining us, and always for your wisdom. We are appreciative of it, and you're more than welcome and karibu to join us again. So, yes, Ndugu Focused.
Asante Sana Dada, Kunjinga Takwimu, and Amani, and Takili, I'm saying that part wrong. Akili, I know that part. How you say it?
Akili, kujenga akili. Tell me in English and then I'll translate it.
We lost our minds.
Tulipoteza akili. I'll type it out.
Yeah, I know how to type it, just not say it. But
okay. Tulipoteza akili. So 2 is we. Li is, the tense, which is we lost. And then poteza is kuluz. Akili is our mind. So tulipoteza akili. But tutapata akili. That the opposite is tutapata akili. That's the opposite. That means that we will find our minds. Kupata is to find, the same way that kupoteza. Poteza is to lose, and pata is to find. So tulipoteza, which is in the past. Tulipoteza is in the past. Tuta, the ta part is the future. So tu is plural, we, and ta is in the future, we will, and pata is the verb, we will find. So tutapata akili, that's in the future. Tulipoteza akili, we lost it, but we shall find it again. So yes.
Yeah. So I'll just say need some tuta. I can't even say it yet, so my bad. But yeah. But
no, you will say it, because Kiswahili. This is why English is so it's so insidious, because English makes it makes reading harder. Kiswahili makes it so much simpler, because it's very simple. English has all these confusing things. Like I cannot say the difference between bad, and bad. And the first bad was B-A-D, the second one was B-I-R-D, the second one was, I can't remember which was the third one, but it all sounds the same to me. All the vowels sound the same to me. But in Kiswahili, all the vowels are always pronounced the same. And tu, so you see that tu, and then ta, pa, ta, akili. So tutapata akili, and you can always break it down into its components, where it's the number of people. The object is tu, and then the tense is ta, and then the verb is pata, and that's how it is. Whereas in English, it should be tu, would be like the women. Look at. I don't mean to get off the topic, but look at that. Look at the pronunciation of women, right? And then look at the pronunciation of omen. So you look at women, it's pronounced as if the O is pronounced as double E, right? E. So you pronounce it women. But when you take out the W and you just leave out the O, then now omen is pronounced completely different. You don't say emen, even though all you have removed is W, but the consonants, the consonants actually affect the pronunciation of the vowels. Do you know how difficult that is for somebody who doesn't speak English? Whereas in Kiswahili, if you saw that as written woman, it would be the same. If you take out the W, it would still be pronounced just oh man. You wouldn't say we men, because O is never pronounced as a double E. Anyway, and these are some of the irritations that one sees when you read different languages. Like, why do they just make things intentionally difficult for people? Why can't they just make it consistent in both pronunciation and writing? But anyway, that's just an aside. So in
Yeah.
Kiswahili,
Um.
go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah. Just to kind of expound on that for about 2 seconds. Um. It was stated, and I can't remember if it was the Italians or someone else said that English is a language of contradiction, but it was an old saying, and it's something that was said. And one of the major reasons why is if I ask you to spell the word fish, most people would say Fish. But did you know fish, because of the phonetically, English is a language of confusion. Fish could also be spelled Ghoti, because phonetically, Ghoti is fish. G is the F sound in the word enough. O
Oh,
also
wow.
has its origins in it. TI in the words like caption, TION. So GHOTI also spells fish phonetically.
Whoa, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Did I spell that right?
Yeah, that's crazy. I never heard of that. That's crazy.
Yeah. My sister brought it up to me about 45, 50 years ago.
And they
And
say,
I had to learn. Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I had to learn all the helping verbs and prepositions, and I mean, it was so many things I had to learn back in the day. I always repeat it when I'm trying to. I'm not. I flunked English like 4 times, so I was always a math kid, so it was just really hard for me to remember all these things. But she said, yeah, just think of things as phonetic, and you'll know that English. Because I learned that years ago, like probably like 35, 40 years ago, that yeah, English is the language of contradictions, and phonetically, nothing makes sense. And it doesn't. I mean, you could use any word like that, and you'll see that everything's substituted, and you can spell it any way you want.
Yeah, that's crazy because, like, and they, I heard English is like a bastardized language, it's just mashed up stuff, you know what I'm saying? And this, you know, um, true, yeah, it's, well, I'll just say stupid. I can't think of the word right now. I was gonna say something elegant, but you know what I'll be telling them, MG2, I'm sorry, I can't speak the King's English correctly. You know what I'm saying? They've taken my language and instilled some inferior stuff into me where you can't even talk properly and get your thoughts all the way out. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to just leave you guys with a parting thought, and then because again, you have it within you to do whatever you can to go ahead and control and take over this world, which is what should be all of our objective. Hopefully, is for us as Africans to take over the planet. Um, One of the things that I would like to say is always be inventing. Invent, I don't care what it is, but invent things that the world wants, needs, can't do without, and ready to kill for, whatever it is. Because everything has not been invented yet. So somebody's going to come up with something new. That's why they have movies called Wakanda Forever, because they're talking about resource. Again, always trying to invent something new. Unfortunately, they're going to use it as a weapon. The other thing is, as a parting thought, is be very conscious and cognitive of everything that you do, say, think, speak, want, dream, or whatever when you're around your enemy. Because to us, in our myopic sense of altruism as Black folks, because we have this sense of brotherhood of man, which, at this late stage of the game, it just surprises me why we're like that. But the thing is, in our altruism, that's very myopic, it's very nearsighted, very, very tunnel vision, other folks are going to use that because they're always watching everything we do. One, so they could take it and steal it. Two, so they can monetize it. Three, that one day they're going to control us with it. And four, as I overstated before, they're going to try to destroy us with it. So in your circles, your groups, your clubs, whatever you invent, whatever you create, whether it's what you do within your relationships, just know that somebody is watching, whether it's on YouTube or at a bus stop, because one day you'll see that they're going to use it against you. Anyways, thanks a lot, you guys. Hotep, and I'm going to go ahead and listen to you guys offline.
Hotep, brother MG2, and Karibu and Asante Sana for joining and for adding, so much wisdom and insight in the conversation. So I appreciate you. And I'm grateful to everyone who was here today. You cannot have a conversation alone. So, I'm grateful for everybody who joined, who makes this into this great discussion. And every time we have it, we add onto our body of knowledge and information, and hopefully we all get something from it. I know that I do. All right, Brother Focused. it's on you to have a few last words before we close out.
And, Amani. In the words of Bakari Ernst, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, indeed. I cannot even try to say it. And this is what irritates me so much, because English, those vowels is what kills me. And then the same thing in Kiswahili is the opposite. In Kiswahili, what people find it hard is the consonants. The vowels are pretty easy in Kiswahili. You can say things like kujenga takwimu. You pronounce it exactly how it's written. Kujenga takwimu. There's no trickery in the vowels. There's no trickery in the consonants, but it's just, it's just having to sound it out and to get to the basics of the language, to lipoteza akili and so on. But come to English, you see WOMEN. It looks like it should be woman, but no, it's women. And then they tell you, but if you take off the W, it's now omen. Like, how does it go from women to omen? And anyway, but that is why we have to come up with our own languages, our own codes, and that's why it was important for them to remove our language and our culture so that we cannot communicate. But as we said today, data is about taking in all the information, being able to compile it, being able to discern it, and being able to look at what is useful for us, because sometimes you can get bogged down in the information and the knowledge, and that can also cause us to be inactive, to be always just seeking after the knowledge but not taking any action. So the important thing about knowledge is having that objective, that vision. And that's why when we talked about data mining, you don't just mine data for the sake of collecting huge amounts of data. You actually have a purpose behind the data. If you're in for corporate interest, you collect people's information so that you can not only know their habits and predict their spending habits, but you can manipulate that for them to come and spend that money with you. You can manipulate their desires and their needs and their wants, and you can actually, if you know enough about somebody, they can, if you're feeling sad, they'll put advertisements for what ice cream and things for you to partake in to relieve that. If they know that you're happy, they'll put in advertisements for whatever it is. Once somebody knows enough about you, it's probably going to be very easy for them to manipulate you. So what we have to do is to guard our knowledge, information, and also to know the ways that we are being manipulated, so we see that manipulation for what it is. So so that was the main theme for today, that what we're living in is the control of knowledge and information. Before, let's say in slave times, it was the control of the human body, but now once they have controlled your mind, your body is secondary. once they have controlled your needs and desires, then whether you put in McDonald's or a salad in your mind, that's up to them. They can control your needs, and they can make you, go out and, poison yourself, based on their manipulation. So, yeah. All right. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Oni. I don't know who's still here, but Melanated Goddess was here. Of course, we had Dream Team come in. I don't know how long it said, but thank you for joining us. We had Oni join us, and yeah, he was very active in the beginning. MG2, of course. Bobby E. Wright, always good to have you in the house. Melanated Goddess, Bwana Haguziki, of course. Yeah, I can take your reading. I'm not, thin-skinned. I'll give it back to you, and I'll make you go cry in your car. Hotep, Guy in Hollywood. Yes, thank you so much, Hotep to you too. We did have a great conversation with my sister, Dada Matron, and Guy in Hollywood. Hotep to you. And yes, Bona Haguziki, this is actually, I had a prompt for Shoot the Breeze where I wanted to talk about fear and death. And that's also part of what we talked about the last time when we talked about fear and superstition. But I had a prompt about that. I'm going to see how I can word it properly so we can have a discussion. But I think one of the things that we as Black people are afraid of death. We are sometimes our need for survival, resilience, strength, and being able to go through things. That can be good in one aspect, that it gives us that courage to live. But I think at the same time, it also hides our fear of death. But that's an aside. That's another conversation. That's a whole other conversation we'll turn into. And of course, Brother Kokou from the Beta Medicine Focused, looking forward to Shoot the Breeze. Oh, yeah, I think we've gotten everybody. Who else? Of course, Brother Bakari, Sister RawItal, Truth 884 was here as well. The Honorable Sankara, Patrice Bishop, Bobby E. Wright. Yeah, I hope I have gotten everybody. But go ahead. Yes, you'll be crying in your soup tonight. Yes, indeed. Thank you all. Okay, Digo Podcast, last words, and then we'll see you all again on the next one. Go ahead. While our good Ndugu is crying in his soup.
Yeah, just Asante Sana, and thank you, I appreciate you, and Amani, everybody.
Amani. And the last words for today is: know how information is being used against you and protect yourself from how it's being used, and use it to your own advantage. Oh, wow, look at that. Nzola was still here in the chat. If you guys don't speak up, I just assume that, you went off and fell asleep. But I appreciate you all being here until the end. And I am grateful to everybody who was here tonight, and for everybody who's going to listen later. I appreciate you all. Asante, karibu, and tutaonana. And once again, kwaheri. And as we say, it means go with blessings. Heri is blessings. So go with blessings. So once again, thank you. Usiku njema, and Ndugu Focused and everybody. And tutaonana. Yes, indeed. All right. Thank you all, and have a good part of the day or night. Mchana ama usiku. All right. And before we go out, we always end with gratitude to the ancestors for giving us a great conversation, for giving us enlightenment, insight, for helping us to share knowledge and information, and today data as well, and to help us use that to empower ourselves, each other, and future generations. So we thank you, our ancestors, for giving us that information and for giving us that knowledge. And I thank you everyone who was here today with us, and we will see each other again. Tutaonana and kwaheri. Peace. Amani.